askari wetu na wale wanaotuongoza, those ones who are handling protocol. Others, please let us come inside the tent and take our seats. We also want to recognize the presence of the Chief Executive Director, East Africa Wildlife Society, Madam Nancy Ogonje. We recognize your presence. Asante na karibu sana. I will wish that service provider to kutusaidia on the microphone, tafadhali, if we'll get one person atusaidia on the microphone hapa to adjust the microphone, I'll appreciate. The service provider, please.
and gentlemen, referees and larrymen, in front of you is Joy Chepkemoi, ready and steady to recite a poem entitled Our Environment, Our Environment. Our environment. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. Don't forget to put a banana smell and tickle your collar. Frank Tumewaze, thank you for the trees and the seas. Thank you for the birds we see, for the animals in the wild and at home, for the rain that grows our crops and the sun that dries our clothes. Frank Tumewaze, thank you for the support to our country Kenya and our homeland Mount Elgon. Our President Ruto, I shall plant a tree in your honor for the food you have provided. For the food you have provided. We shall not litter, for the earth is not a bin. Oh, our President, you have preserved our heritage. Chief Minister Mudavadi, you have created sanctuaries for different types of birds. You have also helped the fishermen during their fishing activities. As you provide us with our basic needs, we have created Chief Minister Mudavadi, Chief Minister Mudavadi, you have helped the fishermen during their fishing activities. For a beautiful land filled with green pastures for herbivorous animals roaming here and there. Our Governor Natembeya, we shall learn to protect and conserve our homeland, Mount Elgon.
You know, we need and everything's just so crazy, cause trees are no more. We have to plant it yet, yes, yet. We have to plant it yet.
The time has come for us to change our mindset, to understand that we live on a planet that has finite resources, and that as long as we continue expanding in population, there is a level of consumption that this planet cannot sustain. And therefore we need to change the way we live, the way we use the resources that are here. And that some resources, if they disappear from the surface of the planet, we ourselves will also disappear.
Oh, not to say me yes, oh yeah, 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 yes, to our environment. Wangare Mafaini number 1, Nani number 2, Nani number 3. To say yes to our environment. To say yes to our environment.
Asante sana our cultural dancers. Kwa hivyo ningeomba, we will start with the Kitum cultural dancers. Watarejea ndani watupatie kipande kifupi, alafu Ogiek cultural dancers watafuata. Kwa hivyo tusiende mbali hapo nje tu. We start with Kitum cultural dancers, warejee ndani, tubakie hapo nje tu. We start, I'm told there are two groups. So Kitum cultural dancers, they should come on stage. Tuone shughuli ambayo watafanya. Kitum cultural dancers, warejee, Ogiek wakue hapo nje standby. Kitum cultural dancers. Haya, Kitum. Asante sana Kitui Cultural Dancers. Ningeomba tuende pale nje and we agree tutafanya wimbo mmoja. We agree tutafanya moja. So you choose one, the best. Na pia kiongozi unazingatia masaa. We will have only 3 minutes. Kwa hivyo make sure wimbo wenu pia usikue zaidi ya pale. Ogiek Cultural Dances.
Hey! ashinde. Hizi sijui kuendelea.
Asante sana. Nitaomba entertainers tuende tuketi pale karibu na speaker. Kitum dancers na Ogiek dancers tuende tuketi pale karibu na speaker. Kuna nafasi pale nyuma. Tupite tu nje hapo. Pita tu hapo nje. Twende tu wenye mko ndani, twende tu tupitie huku. Pita this side tafadhali, tupite huku. Pita huku. Pita huku, twende tuketi pale karibu na speaker. The Ogiek dancers and the Kitum dancers. Na nitaomba kiongozi wa Ogiek pia mtafute wimbo mmoja. One song tafadhali. Na isikuwe more than 4 minutes. Isikuwe zaidi. us allow the protocol team, the members of the fourth estate, pamoja na wale ushers wetu ndio wachukue nafasi upande wa nje, lakini wengine sote tuweze kuingia ndani, tuchukue nafasi katika hema tuketi, na baada ya viongozi wetu kufika, baada ya nyimbo hizo tatu, tutaweza kupata maombi kutoka kwa mzee Andrew Kitelo ambaye ataomba kwa lugha ya nyumbani, kwa lugha ya hapa ya wananchi. Alafu kutakuwa na Pastor Ben Naibei ambaye atatuongoza katika Kristo. Kwa hivyo nikipata mzee wa jamii ya Bama Saba, kama kuna yeyote ambaye amefika, ataniona hapo kando, tuone, maana tutakuwa tumepata maombi kutoka kwa jamii ya Ndorobo na Ogiek pamoja na Sabaot. Kwa hivyo kama mzee wa Bama Saba yuko ambaye amefika, ataniona pale nje, alafu tuweze kujipanga ili tuweze kukua sawa sawa. DJ, tupatie muziki ambaye inahusiana na sisi, ambaye inaleta utangamano kati ya jamii ambazo zinakaa katika jamii ya Afrika na jumuiya ya Afrika ya Mashariki. DJ.
people are willing stewards, wildlife flourish and communities thrive.
70% of all the wildlife is found outside the national parks, which means if 70% is outside the national parks, we have a critical area where the wildlife is found, and that is the conservancies.
These community conservancies has acted as another buffer that has provided adequate space, ample grazing space for the wild animals.
Conservancies are a recognized land use under the Wildlife Act 2013. They provide connected landscapes that complement national parks and reserves while enabling communities to benefit from wildlife management and in turn be at the heart of championing conservation efforts.
Ministry, in its strategies and programs, has then realized that it is critical, it is important, it is imperative to support conservancies, and especially community conservancies, in terms of infrastructure development, like access roads, because when you have access roads, then you open up the areas, you find that communities have a way of transport, you promote trade, education, even those going for health services are able to use the roads.
We took to the road to experience the transformative effect of the roads and water projects by the State Department for Wildlife to the communities of Kenya living within wildlife ecosystems to have an insight of human-wildlife coexistence. Over the next couple of minutes, we'll take you on a journey of the various community wildlife conservancies and how the infrastructural upgrading projects impact them. Our first stop is the Ilngwesi by the Laikipiak community. It was one of the first community-led conservation initiatives in northern Kenya, set up with a vision to sustainably manage the environment in order to graze livestock and conserve wildlife. It was hoped to encourage tourists too. The move paid off, and thus the Ilngwesi was born.
The word Ilngwesi means people of wildlife. Historically, this community has been living with wildlife since time immemorial. Basically, Ilngwesi is a community conservancy that comprises of 80,675 hectares. It's owned by 7,000 members who, under the Group Ranches Act of 1972, they formed a group ranch where all the members have the rights of ownership.
The Conservancy serves as a vital part of the migratory paths that extend south to Mount Kenya, as well as home to black rhinos, African wild dogs, gravy zebra, gerenuk, reticulated giraffes, and other rare species. Was born.
The word Ilngwesi means people of wildlife. Historically, this community has been living with wildlife since time immemorial. Basically, Ilngwesi is a community conservancy that comprises of 80,675 hectares. It's owned by 7,000 members who, under the Group Ranches Act of 1972, they formed a group ranch where all the members have the rights of ownership.
The Conservancy serves as a vital part of the migratory paths that extend south to Mount Kenya, as well as home to black rhinos, African wild dogs, gravy zebra, gerenuk, reticulated giraffes, and other rare species. More than 400 bird species have been identified in the conservancy, and it is listed as an important bird area.
The conservancy model is such that it is multiple land use. The land is managed through a management plan that allows you to do wildlife conservation, do tourism, do cattle ranching, do crop agriculture, and many other means, but in a very regulated, in a very organized way.
The Conservancy has also developed sustainable land use plans, which includes grazing management plans drawn up by a dedicated grazing committee. Bunched herding of cattle and designated grazing blocks are proving to help rehabilitate the rangeland, benefiting both the livestock and the wildlife that graze the same plains and ensuring the sustainability of the natural resources. Neighboring the Ilongwesi is the Lekuruki Community Conservancy that lies on a vast land of 60,000 acres owned by the Mukogodo Maasai.
We have provided a budget for wildlife in community areas in a bid to incentivize communities, in a bid to appreciate them providing space, critical space for wildlife. So I have to do a fair and balanced budgeting.
The money generated, of course, the community gets a share, they get scholarships, and they also do other community projects emanating from the conservancies. So that concept of the conservancy model has actually promoted a kind of very good friendship between the Kenya Wildlife Service and the communities, and has even made the communities now to protect the animals because of the benefit that they get from it.
This year we'll be able to allocate 4 million for students going for higher learnings. And the community will be benefiting those that have kids in schools. A student from this community going for a day school will be going with 10,000. A student in secondary school will be getting 20,000 shillings. A student from this community going for college studies will be getting 30,000. And a university student will be taking 60,000. And remember, this is only for the first term.
Water is a critical resource, and lack of water is one of the major causes of the conflict, because animals and human beings are competing for the water, and therefore the ministry has found it very critical to support the conservancies in the provision of water.
Out of the revenue, we have done the borehole. A borehole that has been done from the lodge here and provides water to the community 7 kilometers away from here. If you go to the tanks here, all tanks are full, flowing, just simply because of the borehole.
At Nginyi in Laikipia, the State Department for Wildlife has rehabilitated a borehole and equipped it with a solar system to enable the residents access clean water. Sharing the same wildlife corridor is a Westgate Community Conservancy. Established in 2004, the Westgate landscape is dominated by acacia scrubland and dotted with rocky outcrops. It is a perfect spot for wildlife encounters and provides a private experience of the African bush. Its ecological importance as a wildlife corridor for animals migrating between the river and the neighboring conservancies cannot be overstated, as it is positioned between the Ewasonyiro to the south and the Samburu National Reserve to the east. The Conservancy aims to promote wildlife conservation and allow the Samburu community to benefit from tourism while protecting this wilderness and the many wildlife species living on their land. The road infrastructure is a key development that will connect communities and allow the Samburu people to keep enjoying their pastoral way of life, all the while reaping benefits as conservancy custodians.
Wakati ya zamani hatuna barabara, tulikuwa tu na kanyaga msituni, mpaka Isiolo, mpaka Ajas, mpaka Wamba. Kwa hivyo Zaidi nzuri inatusaidia kwa sababu nilingua barabara. Sasa hakuna pahali inaweza kataa kwenda. Na sapata shida fulani, sababu kana ni mgonjwa anapata barabara kwenda hospitali au saa nyingine watoto wa shule napata mingi ya kwenda alafu tuko na conservancy.
Grade 7 8 tuingie darasa. Kama shule tumesaidika kwa sababu pia upande wa mtihani KCB time kulikuwa na changamoto. Magari ya mtihani haikuwa inafika mahali hapa, inakuja kufika katikati inakwama. Barabara ilikuwa na mitaro na unakuta magari yakienda ama yakipita mahali hapo yanakwama ama inakuwa ngumu hata kukuja ama kuendeleza safari yake. Baada ya kutandazwa unakuta magari inafika mahali ilikuwa ifike kama aswa shule na msaada inafika mahali hapo ama usaidizi.
In recent years, the government of Kenya has been encouraging community involvement in wildlife protection and conservation. This has been followed by development of infrastructure within community settlements in the conservancy areas to mitigate on human-wildlife conflict.
Westgate Conservancy ndio inatulipa basari watoto kama tamu huu sasa, ile alikuwa amepita kila mtoto nalipa 22,000. 22,000. Hiyo ni pesa ambayo sijatoa kwa mfuko yangu. Kwa hivyo saa hii kulingua na mtu mgonjwa, gari inaitwa napeleka mgonjwa wetu na hakuna kulipishwa. Kwa hivyo hiyo life natusaidia sana, na hiyo pesa yote natoka wapi? Hapo.
Today, the Westgate Conservancy is a safe haven for the rare gravy zebra, which is only found in the north of Kenya and parts of Somalia, Grant's gazelle and waterbuck, among other treasured wildlife species. Set in the heart of the Rift Valley on the eastern shores of Lake Baringo lies the Ruko Wildlife Community Conservancy. It forms part of the 15 Baringo conservancies spread across the different ecological zones of the vast area.
Ruko Conservancy was established in 2002 as a peace-building and conflict resolution conservancy between the Pokots and the El Chamus. These were warring pastoralist communities who've been fighting for a long time out of resources and other intercultural issues. But the formation of Ruko was really to bring peace, and Ruko is currently owned by the Rugus community and the Komolion community. And that is where the name Ruko came about.
Joseph Lemeseri, Nati Rukus. Na aljamuso nyara na go rukus na manya rukus ne da chatana baina conservancy na igudu mutagal baida kitene weji na o nigudu mulbaida amugiso mengara na go nigudu msage yo ndugu poke tene weji ba kinjo itena ba conservancy na go kedo akeso mbanda yo poko tupi na miligori que son banda yo poco tangara que terita dongana na bariria pa yo ta tanto que ninche yenya konsaba
kurena anta kana tomgre agukuri nyanyo tete le ruko nyoni ni ke chama chambo lo tinika mwa le tukujui chore wo iputu kujuni le no bolo tie mi ta ko ata mingo kya kmente mi ngo ta kwam le kya le kibecho bese ni le mi ba le kya gambaja.
The coexistence of human and wildlife is apparent in Ruko, as witnessed by the movement of herders in the rangelands, human settlement around the peripheries, and the continual thriving of wildlife. Ruko Conservancy has targeted the long-term conservation of Rothschild giraffe as its flagship. In the past, habitat fragmentation, poaching, insecurity and climate change had seen the gradual depletion of the Baringo giraffe from its natural habitat.
Kwa specifically huyu mnyama wetu mdogo ambaye mnaona hapa ni mtoto wa twiga ambaye tuliweza kuleta kule msitu. Aliachwa na mama yake. Tulitumia kulisha hii maziwa ya kawaida. Tukalisha tukaona baada ya siku 2 mnyama wetu amestawi, amerudi kawaida. Kwa sasa venye tunaona sisi tunaweza kabisa, tuliona sisi kumbe sisi tunaweza kusaidia wanyama wadogo kama hawa. Kwa kuwa kama tungeweza kupata huyu ujuzi, mnyama huyu tungepoteza kwa siku kama huu. So ndipo sasa amekuwa rafiki yangu kabisa. Mimi ndo nalishanga yeye. Asubuhi tunapea maziwa baada ya masaa 2. Mnyama wa twiga huwa anakaa mwezi mmoja, alafu sasa anaanza kujilisha yeye mwenyewe. Sasa sisi tunaweza saidia ikifika hiyo mwezi mmoja, pia tunaweza achilia aende afuate wale wengine, tukijaribu kufuatilia baada ya siku.
In 2011, the giraffe was reintroduced among other species such as the impala, kudu and warthog. The giraffes were translocated from Soisambu in Nakuru County following an approval from Kenya Wildlife Service. At the time, the animals were placed on a fenced reintroductory site. Since then, the giraffes have settled in their home, as indicated by their gradual increase to a total of 17 in number, with a few females expectant. Ruko Conservancy offers a different kind of experience. Visiting tourists mainly access it via boat rides through Lake Baringo. Guided tours by the Conservancy rangers are offered on foot, presenting a once-in-a-lifetime experience to be one with the wild, all the while clicking away at close proximity of the giraffes. Ruko Conservancy is one of the Rift Valley Community Wildlife Conservancies earmarked for a road upgrading project.
Ruko has a sanctuary, it also has a camping site, and has good access to the Lake Baringo, and those are some of the attractions that communities can also benefit.
The Mount Suswa Conservancy story. As we continue our visit of the Rift Valley Roads and Water Upgrading Project, our next stop is the Mount Suswa Conservancy. The State Department for Wildlife opened up the Olgumi Gisharu Road, which is a 22-kilometer stretch of Maram Road under construction. Well hid between Kajiado and Narok counties and only about 50 kilometers from the capital city is the Mount Suswa. This extinct volcano is made up of a unique double crater system featuring a spectacular sunken crater within a crater. The outer crater, which is around 10 kilometers in diameter, is home to the Maasai. The landscape is dotted with manyatas, schools, a dispensary and churches. The Conservancy is developing tourism activities in Suswa to encourage community participation in biodiversity conservation and to enhance income generation.
The main objective of establishing Mount Suswa Conservancy is to protect and preserve the spectacular biodiversity, especially the caves, whereby we have the baboon parliament, we have the bird colony, we have the ceramic caves, we have the artifacts that were used by the Asian people, like the cutting stones within the caves. And also Mount Suswa has a local name called Oldonyo Langai, which in English we call it a God's dwelling place. The Maasai believe that all the rituals of the Maasai are mostly located and done in Mount Suswa because they believe that this is a God's dwelling mountain.
The caves form the largest network of underground obsidian tunnels, which are ideal for exploring. Made famous by a BBC documentary, these caves are home to the baboon parliament and an archaeological find for ancient artifacts.
Some of the artifacts found here are potteries and obsidian tools, which possibly have been used by ancient people. And also in this cave you can find some bones, maybe of ancient animals.
This unique cave system is considered the world's most complex braided system of lava tubes. Deep in the far reaches of the volcanic cave, colonies of Harrison's large-eared giant mastiff bats roost. This makes Mount Suswa Conservancy an important breeding maternity for the globally vulnerable Harrison's bat colonies. The conservancy is popular among camping and hiking enthusiasts. Named after the host town Suswa, the conservancy is only a 2-hour drive from the Nairobi city, which is why the improved roads are a welcome sight for tourists and locals alike. The community's life is interconnected with the Mount Suswa ecosystem in a symbiotic relationship. The vegetation provides livestock grazing lands, and the spouting steam jets from the crater vents are trapped by the locals to provide fresh water for both man, livestock, and farming. Being custodians of Mount Suswa Conservancy, their cultural heritage is intertwined with the conservation of the conservancy. For them, the newly opened road is a shot in the arm that will help bring in more visitors and in turn good returns for their families.
The conservancies are an epitome of culture. I mean, they are the people who represent the culture of the communities. And therefore, one of the greatest components in tourism is cultural tourism. And these conservancies, the community conservancies, actually, if you look at their setup, they actually do a lot of promotion of culture in terms of dressing, in terms of the food, and in terms of, even the behavior and everything that they do. And therefore, these conservancies provide a very good environment for us to be able to promote cultural tourism.
Kaya najamirisho najo kini itashe enkerai torbaribara natushukoki tesukul meeta ropiyiani naisaidia natum oltukutuk oloito najo nkontum homo ntumakaki tesuswa amu kelakuaniki ntaoni neeku esiai ena naatareto pii.
The reason why we are doing this infrastructure projects is to spur development within the community conservancies.
We really appreciate our government and through the State Department for Wildlife for constructing and improving the road to Mount Suswa Conservancy because we are able to access the tourist attractive features like the caves, the crater, and also it becomes very easy to access our homes and also the institutions that are available in Mount Suswa Conservancy.
In Kajiado County, we find the Olosira Conservancy. The custodian community has benefited from the construction of the Osewani water pan meant to service both man, livestock and the wild animals, which is a win-win for all the users. the Kasegau Choke Road.
Late last year, we received communication from State Department for Wildlife requesting us to assist them in maintaining roads inside the conservancy. We identified a major link, C1000, which totals about 57.4 kilometers.
The road crisscrosses through several ranches where community settlements have mushroomed into shopping centers servicing the community ranches.
We have clustered the road into 4 sections. The first section, Mwatate to Kamtonga, totaling 19.5 kilometers. The next section is from Kamtonga through to Chokerang.
Community settlements have mushroomed at the periphery of every ranch. The ranches have in turn given rise to the community wildlife conservancies. This key economy is a source of livelihood for numerous families who have embraced human-wildlife coexistence as a way of life.
Ilikuwa inafikanga mahali hata pikipiki haiwezi pita pale, lakini vile mmetutengenezea hivi tumeona tofauti kidogo, kwa sababu vile mvua imenyesha, shughuli zimekuwa tu zikiendelea vizuri.
Tunashukuru watu wa wildlife kututengenezea barabara. Saa hii kutoka pale waya imewekwa, ukiingia huku tunakaa kama tuko kwa lami. Tulikuwa tunaona hata tuko kwa kichaka ya ndovu, lakini hata kama tuko kwa wanyama tunaona kama tuko town. Kama mimi ni mtu wa posho mill, mahindi yangu saa hii hata nikionda saa 3 inaingia hapa kitu saa 4. Na mbeleni ulikuwa unaonda asubuhi inakuja usiku. So tunashukuru sana. Na hata kwa wanyama wetu si ati wanatusumbua kama mbeleni, saa hii kuko sawa, wanatulindia wanyama wetu vizuri.
The new road and water projects are crucial infrastructure that have connected the communities and made life easier, all the while promoting community conservation efforts.
The communities that coexist with wildlife has quite a lot of dilemma. They have mixed feelings. On the other hand, they are very happy to participate in the conservation areas. They realize it is a good natural resource, it is our heritage, and a very big tourist attraction. But on the converse side, they get vexed and annoyed when there are conflicts. We have seen that human-wildlife conflict affects lives, affects crops, livestock, and even other livelihoods of communities. And in that regard, you find communities are not very happy when there is a conflict. Therefore, there is need to work around getting a formula of coexistence between the human and wildlife so that we can have a win-win situation.
This has been witnessed firsthand inside the Lualenyi Ranch, where cases of human-wildlife conflict have reduced drastically following the drilling of a borehole.
Tangu mradi uanze mpaka hadi leo hatujapata mtu ameuawa na wanyama kabisa. Maana kwa wanyama wametulia tu. Lakini kitambo ilikuwa mtu akarauka asubuhi, wanyama ndo hawa. Wametoka maybe Sarova kunywa maji. Kila mahali ilikuwa ni wanyama. Maana walikuwa wanatafuta maji. Lakini sasa mtu mradi hajapata ripoti yote ya mtoto ambaye ameona mnyama kabisa. Hata wanini waendaji waonekani. Na sasa wanyama wanafurahia. Hata binadamu wamenufaika na mradi sana kwa upande wa maji. Hakuna siku wanakosa maji.
By placing communities at the center of wildlife conservation and improving conservation incentives, conservancies in Kenya are securing livelihoods while reversing wildlife decline, resulting in the protection of Kenya's iconic wildlife for future generations.
We have shrinking space for wildlife. it's very clear that tourism continues to be a big driver of the economy of this country, and that wildlife is the biggest driver of the tourism sector. And communities and private people who own land become our critical partners in conservation. This financial year, we are moving a step forward and putting tourism facilities in some of the very high potential conservancies, community conservancies, that we feel investors might have a challenge in going there, but also just to encourage them that it's possible.
We do have a peak season and a low season. On June, July, August, September, that's high season, which is almost all the time the months, we always have the guests. So these rooms will never miss the guest because it's a star bedroom, which is the first priority of the guest book the lodge is book room number 1. So this room is like always having the guests all the time.
So out of all the revenue that we collect from the tourism, the beadwork also that is done by the ladies, the artifacts, these artifacts are sold. And once they are sold, 2% is plowed back again to support the conservation.
Na tolasa ino shikiri biyo. Njoshi na kigira yoka itanda nikinya. Na kaisho nyermesi na shule. Amukata sakata yoko orkasi mundanado na ekishugo na ganashe.
My dream is that conservation becomes so beneficial to both country and people that people will want to come back and say, I own 100 acres, you own 500, you own 50. Can we bring it together and register it as a conservancy?
Conservancies are the way to go, where communities use their land for conservation and also private owners use it for conservation. Kenya has 3 gazetted areas, so to say. The first is national parks that are under the national government. Then we have the national reserves under the county governments. and conservancies, which are then either community conservancies or private conservancies. The data shows, or the fact is, that 70% of all the wildlife is found outside the national parks, which means if 70% is outside the national parks, we have a critical area where the wildlife is found, and that is the conservancies. And therefore, conservancies are a critical partner, a critical role in this space of wildlife conservation. We also know that over time and historically, government's funding is only available in the gazetted national parks and not in the conservancies. And therefore, the conservancies have not benefited from government resources, and like we have said, they hold a critical percentage of all the wildlife. It is in that realization and guided by the Kenya Kwanza agenda led by His Excellency the President, who came up with policies that are really community-centric, caring about communities and the connection between to ably participate in the wildlife conservation. We do know that the communities that coexist with wildlife has quite a lot of dilemma. They have mixed feelings. On the other hand, they are very happy to participate in the conservation areas. They realize it is a goodness, and in that regard, you find communities are not very happy when there is a conflict. Therefore, there is need to work around getting a formula of coexistence between the human and wildlife so that we can have a win-win situation. It's critical, it is important, it is imperative to support conservancies, and especially community to use the rules. So there is overall benefit to the communities. And then if you look at the water and water infrastructure, water is a critical resource, and lack of water is one of the major causes of the conflict, because animals and human beings are competing for the water, and therefore the ministry has found it very critical to support the conservancies in the provision of water that can be used for wildlife, it can be used for livelihoods, for agriculture, and all the other sources of water. And that sort of brings harmony and reduces the conflict. That conflict is very expensive. When there is damage, people expect compensation. People are left suffering, and it is therefore much easier to have coexistence and reduce the conflicts rather than always go the compensation way that becomes almost unaffordable. And therefore the ministry is really focused to working on the conservancies.
In a bid to incentivize communities, in a bid to appreciate them providing space, critical space for wildlife. So I have to do a fair and balanced budgeting. I also have to keep a relationship with county governments and county governors because of national game reserves, which is under their jurisdictions, but also conservancies, because the conservancies are under the jurisdictions of county governments. I have to do a lot of listening on all stakeholders, on what the challenges are. And I think my biggest role towards conservancies is to, one, compensate. It's a heavy duty. The budget implication is really heavy, but also to make sure that communities accrue and share benefits from the wildlife resource. So in that way, we then look at how can we put money in places to unlock benefits, and these benefits should flow to the members of the communities. The source of funds for development of conservancies, like I mentioned, it's the first time that the National Treasury put a budget for infrastructure development in support of community conservancies. That is a huge milestone in this country, but the funds are really little when you compare with the needs. So I also talk a lot with development partners. I have a working M.O.U. with USAID, TNC and WWF, among many other development partners that after we map out the challenges in conservancies together with the Kenya Wildlife Conservancies Association, which is the umbrella body for all conservancies in the country, we then approach development partners and ask them to bridge the gap. And I am happy to say a lot of development partners have been able to support work of conservancies. We also apply for grants such as the GF, the Global Environmental Facility, the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. These are mechanisms or funding mechanisms available for member states that are either signatories to UNFCCC or CBD for climate action and other environmental related issues. So I'm just in receipt of a 10.6 million USD grant from GF that is going to support a lot of conservancies. I'm also in receipt of a 3.8 million USD grant from the GBFF through the World Bank that is also to support the work of conservancies, especially linkages through corridors and dispersal areas report, and we are pursuing many, many more. For me, it is clear, I think because I have been born and brought up in an area where I've seen conservancies work in the background of Laikipia County. It's very clear in my mind that we have shrinking space for wildlife. It's very clear that tourism continues to be a big driver of the economy of this country, and that wildlife is the biggest driver of the tourism sector. And communities and private people who own land become our critical partners in conservation. But if we do not incentivize them enough, then, conservancies are a voluntary creation. An individual, members of a community, in their own voluntary mind and spirit, decide that they want to gazette this as a conservancy. If then as government, and especially as the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, do not incentivize them enough, they are at liberty to convert that land into real estate, into agricultural land, into other land use forms. So we are at a critical stage where we have a nexus between conservation and infrastructure and development. And we must keep communities interested in conservation if we are to continue as a country to be a leader in conservation, a global leader in conservation. We are facing competition from our neighbors, and we do not want to go to a place where we'll say Kenya used to be. We want to remain to be a leader, and we want to move with the communities as part of our lead stakeholders. My dream is that conservation becomes so beneficial to both country and people that people will want to come back and say, I own 100 acres, you own 500, you own 50. Can we bring it together and register it as a conservancy? The conservancy model is such that it is multiple land use. So it is not that you set up land outside and we put it for wildlife. The land is managed through a management plan that allows you to do wildlife conservation, do tourism, do cattle ranching, do crop agriculture, and many other means, but in a very regulated, in a very organized way, as guided by the management plans. My dream is that we will find healthy, happy communities in far-flung areas in this country. My dream is that conservancies will create security in very insecure prone areas. We've seen in places where there's a rhino sanctuary, the security just goes up 10 times fold. We hope that conservancies will create a lasting solution to the insecurity in Pokot and Baringo, Samburu and Laikipia. where people are interested in conserving their land, they're interested in conserving for wildlife, for their livestock, and even for posterity. We want people to drive conservation as opposed to Kenya Wildlife Service, as opposed to Government of Kenya. I want to see communities embrace and are happy about it. But for me to do that, I need to clear a backlog of compensation. I'm aware it is now over 15 billion and counting. So we're also hoping that we mitigate more instead of compensate. Tourism sector is private sector driven, but then it becomes impossible to ask an investor to put up a hotel if they have to start by getting a road, then sourcing energy, then finding water. So we decided as government that would provide the infrastructure that would enable private investment. However, this financial year, we are moving a step forward and putting tourism facilities in some of the very high potential conservancies, community conservancies, that we feel investors might have a challenge in going there, but also just to encourage them that it's possible. Once the community starts feeling the benefit from a government facility, then they will put their house in order in terms of land leasing. You find sometimes there's a lot of push and pull. When an investor wants to put up a facility, some members of the community are opposed, so we want them to first feel, and then it is them who will come calling and asking the investors, please come and put a second facility. We're also doing water, and we're doing water, I think, fivefold. We're doing water in wildlife areas so that the wildlife stays there and doesn't go to the community. We're doing water in community areas so that the community stays there and they don't go to the wildlife area. We're doing water so that it also serves the livestock as a way of them benefiting from the wildlife resource. We're doing water also to support small-scale agriculture. And it is proving to be a very efficient mitigation measure for human-wildlife conflict. We are doing energy, but through development partners largely. And we are tapping into natural renewable energy, sun and wind power. So those are some of the things that we have started. The documentary that you will see will tell you the kind of impact they're having on the people. Public participation, number one, is a requirement under Article 10 of the Constitution. The Constitution of Kenya 2010 has mandated us not to think that we can think for the people of Kenya exclusively. It is coming out clearly by the day that even when we think an idea is good, it is good to run it by them. So one of the things we did was call the entire Kenya Wildlife Conservancies Association to a meeting, all the CEOs of the 12 regional associations, and ask them what is it that you need to grow as conservancies for communities to feel more at ease, for development, for benefits. And that's exactly what they told us. So the ideas were jointly mooted. We then told them to go back to their landscapes because the associations are landscape-based. So we told them to go back to their membership organizations or member conservancies and ask them what are the priorities. So I only got a list from the member communities on what they needed. I went further to go to the ground, to ground truth a bit, and inquire if this is what is their priority. And once I ascertained that, then we went ahead to start the development. You realize a road is not a piece of paper that you can sign without them knowing. They can physically see it. So immediately the machinery is on the ground. They will want to know where is this road going. Kenyans are very inquisitive. They want to know who is doing it. And of course, there's a whole big banner that is a requirement for a project that says it's being done by the State Department for Wildlife, and this is the contractor. This is the details on the project.
KWC is a membership organization developed 11 years ago through the partnership of the State Department of Wildlife, Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, to cater for the interest of private and community landowners across Kenya who host wildlife on their land. KWCA was established to address a calamitous decline of wildlife as a result of significant habitat change that was happening in our country, and also to bring benefits to local communities who live with wildlife. Over the last 30 years, conservancies have been emerging and developing in Kenya as a strategy to create local institutions that cater for the needs of the communities that host wildlife through establishing governance and management structures that look at how these communities can better benefit from wildlife, how human-wildlife conflicts can be addressed, and more importantly, how these communities can benefit from the wildlife on their land. As a result of that, we now have over 200 conservancies across 30 counties in Kenya, covering over 15 million hectares of land in Kenya. And these conservancies are already promising to address the calamitous decline of wildlife that we have experienced in the country. But over the years, as we continue to develop these conservancies, one of the key gaps we realized was that because of their general location and the environment, majority of these conservancies are in dry areas of Kenya, where access is a big challenge, and where water is a major constraint and often a trigger to human-wildlife conflict. We partnered with the State Department of Wildlife to look at strategies to address these serious concerns. And we went through a public participation process. We engaged the CEOs of the landscape associations. We also engaged our National Conservancies Council. Two emerging concerns were the issue of water. It is important that water is availed in strategic places so that wildlife do not venture into human homes and into homesteads and water points used by livestock. We feel so fortunate that the State Department assigned resources to support priority areas that were selected by the community themselves and by their leadership. And we ended up constructing a number of roads in priority conservancies and a number of water facilities in water-constrained facilities, conservancies rather. The water facilities are proving really useful in the sense that now wildlife are able to reach to water points without having to go to human settlements, and that helps in minimizing conflicts and reducing the government burden to compensate for the losses of wildlife. It is also important to have these access roads, and some of the conservancies where the roads have been built, I just visited more recently Suswa Conservancy. Mount Suswa is very close to Nairobi, has amazing tourism potential, but that potential could never be harnessed because of lack of access. The State Department organized and brought in a team to improve the roads, and right now tourists are able to go all the way to the crater to see wildlife in Mount Suswa. And because of that, tourism potential, tourism investment become something that is a reality. And we are now working with the State Department to begin also developing tourism facilities and tourism activities in these conservancies, so that then they are able to generate resources they need to do management, and even more importantly, to improve the livelihoods of the communities and bring about local development. At KWCA, we've been receiving feedback on the water pans and the access roads that have been put in place, and these have been positive feedback. The alleviation of water stress and the possibility of now bringing in investors have become a reality in places that communities may never have felt that this was an option for them. We do, of course, realize that not all conservancies benefited, and we still encourage and support the ministry to provide additional resources to other conservancies, because in many of the feedback we've been receiving, we've been told that these projects are game changers in their localities.
We hope that conservancies will create a lasting solution to the insecurity in Pokot and Baringo, Samburu and Laikipia, where people are interested in conserving their land, they're interested in conserving for wildlife, for their livestock, and even for posterity.
Human beings need water to survive, so do animals. All life revolves around availability of water. When there is water scarcity, human beings and animals fight for the little water available, often with devastating consequences. Humans are either injured or killed, resulting in retaliation by angry people, during which animals are also killed.
Kuna mama mmoja ambaye alijaribu kwenda kuchota maji katika bwawa pale, wakakutana na fisi hapo, na huyo mama akaweza kuumizwa na ule fisi. Na pia ng'ombe, kwa sababu ni sehemu kidogo tu alikuwa anaenda kung'ang'ania ng'ombe maji, na ng'ombe wanyama wa pori wale tunaita predators, pia hata wao wanaongojea ng'ombe pale karibu na hiyo maji, wanashika na wanaenda kukula. Wakienda kukula, nao wenye ng'ombe nao wanakuwa na ile hasira, wakitaka kufanya retaliation, kuona ya kwamba pia nao wameua wale wanyama ambao wako sehemu hizo, kuwafukuza.
That conflict is very expensive. When there is damage, people expect compensation. The people are left suffering, and it is therefore much easier to have coexistence and reduce the conflicts, rather than always go the compensation way that becomes almost unaffordable.
Concerned by frequent recurrence of human-wildlife conflict, the State Department for Wildlife has embarked on providing water for animals within their habitat.
Water is a critical resource, and lack of water is one of the major causes of the conflict, because animals and human beings are competing for the water, and therefore the ministry has found it very critical to support the conservancies in the provision of water that can be used for wildlife, it can be used for livelihoods, for agriculture, and all the other sources of water. And that sort of brings harmony and reduces the conflict.
This initiative has focused on conservancies, which are part of our nation's tourism infrastructure.
It's very clear that tourism continues to be a big driver of the economy of this country, and that wildlife is the biggest driver of the tourism sector. And communities and private people who own land become our critical partners in conservation.
This community conservancies has acted as another buffer that has provided adequate space, ample grazing space for the wild animals. And therefore, they have really provided, let me say, a home, a beautiful environment that will be able to protect these animals. And as you know, Kenya is a safari destination. One of the greatest reasons why tourists come to Kenya is that they come to see our big five and all the other wild animals that we have. And therefore the conservancies have actually come in to complement and support that ecosystem.
We went through a public participation process. We engaged the CEOs of the landscape associations. We also engaged our National Conservancies Council. Two emerging concerns were the issue of water. It is important that water is availed in strategic places so that wildlife do not venture into human homes and into homesteads and water points used by livestock. We feel so fortunate that the State Department assigned resources to support priority areas that were selected by the community themselves and by their leadership.
One of the things we did was call the entire Kenya Wildlife Conservancies Association to a meeting, all the CEOs of the 12 regional associations, and asked them what is it that you need to grow as conservancies, for communities to feel more at ease, for development, for benefits. And that's exactly what they told us. So the ideas were jointly mooted. We then told them to go back to their landscapes because the associations are landscape based. So we told them to go back to their membership organizations or member conservancies and ask them what are the priorities. So I only got a list from the member communities on what they needed. I went further to go to the ground, to ground truth a bit, and inquire if this is what is their priority. And once I ascertained that, then we went ahead to start the development.
They have done this by constructing water pans and boreholes equipped with pumps powered by solar panels.
The water projects includes construction of water pans and the rehabilitation of boreholes or drilling and equipping of new boreholes in community areas. One thing, when we are designing the game viewing circuits, some of the water pans we have positioned them closer to road networks, which we are doing so that they attract wildlife, which makes it easier for tourists to see them as they drive around. So we expect with improved infrastructure, improved water points within the conservancies, it will be very easy to market such conservancies. So the program is designed in such a way that you will actually make the conservancy more attractive and easy to market.
The human wildlife mitigation measures that are being put in place are aimed at minimizing human wildlife conflict and creating peaceful coexistence between the residents and the wildlife.
By developing water projects in these conservancies and provide them a platform to spread the risk of human wildlife conflicts, and this also enabled communities to see that conservation can also generate benefit them, especially the agricultural communities, which are always seen wildlife as a liability. So this water project and these roads are actually able to see the community to see the importance of continue to support and support more, provide more space for this wildlife.
Located in arid and semi-arid ecological zones, conservancies are particularly prone to the phenomenon. At Nginyi in Laikipia, the State Department for Wildlife has rehabilitated a borehole, equipped it, and installed a solar system, enabling the residents access to clean water, and the residents had this to say.
Wakati tulikuwa naenda kutafuta maji kwa mto, especially wakati mto imekauka, hata wanyama walikuwa wanakuja kutafuta maji. Sasa ukiteremka kwenda kwa mto unakutana na ndovu, unakutana na mbogo, yani wanyama, hata huwezi kutuma mtoto kwa mto. Juu hata mimi mwenyewe kuna wakati nilikutana na ndovu kwa mto nikienda kuchota maji. Na ndovu anakuja kutafuta maji kwa mto. Kwa hivyo wakati huo tulikuwa hatarini sana. Unaweza kutana na hiyo mnyama na akuue. Sasa ndio tunashukuru juu kupata maji hapa karibu na maboma zetu. Hii maji imetusaidia sana kwa sababu tunachota hapa, ng'ombe zetu tunazipea
juu wakati wa kiangazi hapa tunakuwaga na shida sana ya maji, sababu hii mito yetu huwa inakauka. Sasa tunapata shida kubwa sana. Hata kuna wakati tulikuwa tunaenda ng'ambo ile, kwa ile borehole iko ng'ambo ile, na ni mbali sana kutoka hapa. Sasa hii maji imetusaidia sana toka wakati ulichimbuliwa hapa, na tumeshukuru sana kupata hii maji hii area yetu. Juu hii kijiji yote ilikuwa haina maji. Sasa tumeshukuru sana kwa kupata hii maji, na tunaomba kama Mungu angewasaidia wale watu wametuchimbia hii maji, angalau watupatie tanki kubwa.
Naweza kuelezea ni sababu hii maji imekuwa msaada mkubwa sana hapa kwetu Ginyei. Ni sababu kwa hakika hapa kulikuwa na shida kubwa sana ya maji, hasa wakati wa kiangazi. Mito ilikuwa inakauka, kwa hivyo maji ilikuwa ni shida sana. Wamama wameumia na mitungi, na hata wakati mwingine maji ilikuwa inanunuliwa. Na ni vizuri kujua ya kwamba hata wakati wa kiangazi wanyama bado nao walikuwa bado wanatafuta maji. Kwa hivyo hata kwenda mitoni bado ilikuwa ni hatari, sababu hata kuna wamama wamekutana na wanyama katika hizo njia za kwenda kutafuta maji, na wanyama wakienda kutafuta maji. Kwa hivyo hii borehole imetusaidia sana, sababu sasa hapa tumepata maji kwa karibu na imetuokolea hata wakati.
In Kajiado County, inside Olosira Conservancy, the department has constructed Osewani water pan that will service both the animals, residents and livestock. According to the residents, this will reduce conflict between them and the animals that they have lived with since time immemorial.
Tulipoelezwa ya kuwa State Department for Wildlife itakuja kutengeneza bwawa hapa, mwanzo tuliona kama ni ndoto. Tulipoona matingatinga zikuja hapa na kuanza mradi kuchimba, sasa ndio tulizi ndoto inaweza timia. Tulifurahi kwa sababu mahali tunaishi na wanyama ambayo tulikuwa tunaona kama ni maadui, na tulipoona kizuri kinaweza toka kwa ule unadhania ni adui, tukaona wanyama ni wa manufaa na wa maana hapa kwetu.
Mradi kama huu wa maji ni mradi ambayo ni mzuri sana kwa wakaaji hapa, kwa upande zote mbili, kwa ufugaji wa ng'ombe wa nyumbani na ufugaji wa wanyama wa pori, kwa sababu watakuwa na maji karibu, watakuwa na maji ambayo wanaweza mahali ambayo wanaweza kimbilia na kupata maji. Kwa hivyo mimi kama mkaaji na pia kama land owner wa Olosira Community Conservancy and the manager of the same facility, mimi naona mradi kama huu ni mradi wa maana sana, kwa sababu itawasaidia wakaaji ambao wanakaa huku kupata maji yao ya nyumbani na kuonyesha ng'ombe zao na mbuzi na kondoo. Kwa hivyo naona mradi huu ni mradi wa maana sana.
Itatusaidia sana, na pia itaempower mama na itawapatia motisha kufanya, kwa sababu hata nyumbani kuna wale ambao wana practice kitchen garden lakini maji ni challenge. Lakini kwa sababu hii maji itakuja hapa, at least tutapata nafasi ya wanaweza pata maji wapeleke nyumbani na mama atakuwa na kakitu.
In Taita Taveta County, cases of human-wildlife conflict have drastically reduced following the drilling of a borehole inside Lualenyi Ranch.
Hii si ya kampuni, ni wildlife. Kwa hivyo sasa shahidi hata nikisema napiga maji sasa, wakinikuta kipiga maji wenyewe hawana shida. Mnaki wanajua kuanzia asubuhi mpaka jioni tatumia sola zao. Na ile tokeni yao, hata ile pampo ni yao walieka mpya. Kwa hivyo sasa hata nikikuta nipiga maji hawana shida. Hata usiku kumaliza maji ndovu, nikiamka usiku napiga engine. Mafuta nikisha mafuta wananiletea. Kwa sababu wanajua ndovu akikosa maji watabomoa nyumba, maana wanajua pale kuna mtu. Na huyu ndo anafungua maji. Wanaanza kusara nyumba nitoke. Mazebra kwa kibao. Wanyama ni wengi wanakunywa maji usiku. In fact usiku ndio wengi. Hata usiku tupika tu chapa trafu. Ni wengi sana. Na huwezi kuwafukuza. Wakimaliza unapiga maji.
The government, through the State Department for Wildlife, also constructed a water pan inside Dokata Ranch in Kwale County.
There have been some poaching of bushmeat, so animals are not friendly. So now we are starting to rehabilitate animals to be friendly. So our biggest challenge is water. So we were looking from friends, and we are happy the Ministry of Wildlife and Department have constructed this dam here. We are very sure when it gets water here, it will even take more than 5 years to dry up. So that one is one way of attracting the animals to come here. This dam, we will be using it for the livestock and also the wildlife animals. So we have camels, we have cows, and also sheep and goat.
As climate change continues to cause extended droughts, more of such initiatives will be needed, and also due to population growth, which brings people closer and closer to animal habitats. All forms of life are important in maintaining the balance of ecosystems, because each has a role to play in the welfare of the other. There is a symbiotic relationship between humans and animals. This balance needs to be maintained without bias for either species.
I have a working M.O.U. with the USAID, TNC and WWF, among many other development partners that after we map out the challenges in conservancies together with the Kenya Wildlife Conservancies Association, which is the umbrella body for all conservancies in the country, we then approach development partners and ask them to bridge the gap. And I am happy to say a lot of development partners have been able to support work of conservancies.
They have done a great deal, and we are working together even for closer collaboration, and we value all the support that we have seen them giving in that space.
We hope that conservancies will create a lasting solution to the insecurity in Pokot and Baringo, Samburu and Laikipia, where people are interested in conserving their land, they're interested in conserving for wildlife, for their livestock, and even for posterity.
When people are willing stewards, wildlife flourish and communities thrive.
70% of all the wildlife is found outside the national parks, which means if 70% is outside the national parks, we have a critical area where the wildlife is found, and that is the conservancies.
These community conservancies has acted as another buffer that has provided adequate space, ample grazing space for the wild animals.
Conservancies are a recognized land use under the Wildlife Act 2013. They provide connected landscapes that complement national parks and reserves, while enabling communities to benefit from wildlife management and in turn be at the heart of championing conservation efforts.
Ministry, in its strategies and programs, has then realized that it is critical, it is important, it is imperative to support conservancies, and especially community conservancies, in terms of infrastructure development, like access roads, because when you have access roads, then you open up the areas, you find that communities have a way of transport, you promote trade, education, even those going for health services are able to use the roads.
We took to the road to experience the transformative effect of the roads and water projects by the State Department for Wildlife to the communities of Kenya living within wildlife ecosystems to have an insight of human-wildlife coexistence. Over the next couple of minutes, we'll take you on a journey of the various community wildlife conservancies and how the infrastructural upgrading projects impact them. Our first stop is the Ilngwesi by the Laikipiak community. It was one of the first community-led conservation initiatives in northern Kenya, set up with a vision to sustainably manage the environment in order to graze livestock and conserve wildlife. It was hoped to encourage tourists too. The move paid off, and thus the Ilngwesi was born.
The word Ilngwesi means people of wildlife. Historically, this community has been living with wildlife since time immemorial. Basically, Ilngwesi is a community conservancy that comprises of 80,675 hectares. It's owned by 7,000 members who, under the Group Ranches Act of 1972, they formed a group ranch where all the members have the rights of ownership.
The conservancy serves as a vital part of the migratory paths that extend south to Mount Kenya, as well as home to black rhinos, African wild dogs, gravy zebra, gerenuk, reticulated giraffes, and other rare species. More than 400 bird species have been identified in the conservancy, and it is listed as an important bird area.
The conservancy model is such that it is multiple land use. The land is managed through a management plan that allows you to do wildlife conservation, do tourism, do cattle ranching, do crop agriculture, and many other means, but in a very regulated, in a very organized way.
The Conservancy has also developed sustainable land use plans, which includes grazing management plans drawn up by a dedicated grazing committee. Bunched herding of cattle and designated grazing blocks are proving to help rehabilitate the rangeland, benefiting both the livestock and the wildlife that graze the same plains and ensuring the sustainability of the natural resources. Neighboring the Ilngwesi is the Lekuruki Community Conservancy that lies on a vast land of 60,000 acres owned by the Mukogodo Maasai.
We have provided a budget for wildlife in community areas in a bid to incentivize communities, in a bid to appreciate them providing space, critical space for wildlife. So I have to do a fair and balanced budgeting.
The money generated, of course, the community gets a share, they get scholarships, and they also do other community projects emanating from the conservancies. So that concept of the conservancy model has actually promoted a kind of very good friendship between the Kenya Wildlife Service and the communities, and has even made the communities now to protect the animals because of the benefit that they get from it.
This year we'll be able to allocate 4 million.
Critical to support the conservancies in the provision of water.
Out of the revenue, we have done the borehole. A borehole that has been done from the lodge here and provides water to the community 7 kilometers away from here. If you go to the tanks here, all tanks are full, flowing, just simply because of the borehole.
At Nginyi in Laikipia, the State Department for Wildlife has rehabilitated a borehole and equipped it with a solar system to enable the rest. Its ecological importance as a wildlife corridor for animals migrating between the river and the neighboring conservancies cannot be overstated, as it is positioned between the Ewasonyiro to the south and the Samburu National Reserve to the east. The conservancy aims to promote wildlife conservation and allow the Samburu community to benefit from tourism while protecting this wilderness and the many wildlife species living on their land. The road infrastructure is a key development that will connect communities and allow the Samburu people to keep enjoying the pastoral way of life, all the while reaping benefits as conservancy custodians.
Tulikuwa tu na kanyaga msituni baga Isiolo baga Ajas baga Wamba. Kwa hivyo zaidi nzuri na tusaidia kwa sababu nilimiwa barabara sasa hakuna pali naweza kataa kwenda. Na sapata shida fulani sabukana na mgonjwa anapata barabara kwenda hospitali au saa nyingine watoto wa shule napata means ya kwenda alafu tuko na conservancy.
Grade 7 8 tuingie darasa. Kama shule tumesaidika kwa sababu pia upande wa mtihani KCB time kulikuwa na changamoto, magari ya mtihani haikuwa inafika mahali hapa, inakuja kufika katikati inakwama. Barabara ilikuwa na mitaro na unakuta magari yakienda ama yakipita mahali hapo yanakwama ama inakuwa ngumu hata kukuja ama kuendeleza safari yake. Baada ya kutandazwa unakuta magari inafika mahali ilikuwa ifike kama aswa shule na msaada inafika mahali hapo ama usaidizi.
In recent years, the government of Kenya has been encouraging community involvement in wildlife protection and conservation. This has been followed by development of infrastructure within community settlements in the conservancy areas to mitigate on human-wildlife conflict.
Westgate Conservancy ndio natulipa basari watoto kama tamu huu sasa ile alikuwa amepita kila mtoto nalipa 22,000 hiyo ni pesa ambayo sijatoa kwa mfuko yangu. Kwa hivyo saa hii kulimwa na mtu mgonjwa gari inaitwa napeleka mgonjwa wetu na hakuna kulipishwa. Kwa hivyo hiyo life natusaidia sana na hiyo pesa yote natoka wapi hapo.
Today, the Westgate Conservancy is a safe haven for the rare gravy zebra, which is only found in the north of Kenya and parts of Somalia, Grant's gazelle and waterbuck, among other treasured wildlife species. Set in the heart of the Rift Valley on the eastern shores of Lake Baringo lies the Ruko Wildlife Community Conservancy. It forms part of the 15 Baringo conservancies spread across the different ecological zones of the vast area.
Ruko Conservancy was established in 2002 as a peace building and conflict resolution conservancy between the Pokots and the El Chamus. These were warring pastoralist communities who've been fighting for a long time out of resources and other intercultural issues. But the formation of Ruko was really to bring peace, and Ruko is currently owned by the Rugus community and the Komolion community. And that is where the name Ruko came about.
Joseph Lemeseri, Nati Rukus, na aljamuso nyara, na ako Rukus na amanya Rukus nigita shatana baina conservancy. Na ikutu mutagal baida kitiene weji. Na ako nikutu mulbaida amukiso mengara, na ako nikutu msiage yo mtuku pawake tene weji pa kinjo itena ba conservancy. Na ako keto akeso mbanda yo poko tupi. Na milikori keso mbanda yo poko tangara kari terita dongana na bariria pa yo tatanto kinikinjo yenya conservancy.
kure na anta kana tomre akikuri nyanyo tete le ruko nyoni nyike chama cha mbolo tinika mwael tukuchuni chore wo iputu kuchuni le no mbolo tie mite ta ko ata mingo kya kmende mikingo weta kwam le kya le kibecho besenye le mi bale kya kambaja.
The coexistence of human and wildlife is apparent in Ruko, as witnessed by the movement of herders in the rangelands, human settlement around the peripheries, and the continual thriving of wildlife. Ruko Conservancy has targeted the long-term conservation of Rothschild giraffe as its flagship. In the past, habitat fragmentation, poaching, insecurity and climate change had seen the gradual depletion of the Baringo giraffe from its natural habitat.
Kwa specifically huyu mnyama wetu mdogo ambaye mnaona hapa ni mtoto wa twiga ambaye tuliweza kuleta kule msitu, aliachwa na mama yake. Tulitumia kulisha hii maziwa ya kawaida, tukalisha tukaona baada ya siku mbili mnyama wetu amestawi, amerudi kawaida. Kwa sasa venye tunaona sisi tunaweza kabisa, tuliona sisi kumbe sisi tunaweza kusaidia wanyama wadogo kama hawa. Kwa kuwa kama tungeweza kupata huyu ujuzi, mnyama huyu tungepoteza kwa siku kama huu. So ndipo sasa amekuwa rafiki yangu kabisa. Mimi ndo nalishanga yeye. Asubuhi tunapea maziwa baada ya masaa mawili. Mnyama wa twiga huwa anakaa mwezi mmoja, alafu sasa anaanza kujilisha yeye mwenyewe. Sasa sisi tunaweza saidia ikifika hiyo mwezi mmoja, pia tunaweza achilia aende afuate wale wengine, tukijaribu kufuatilia baada ya siku.
In 2011, the giraffe was reintroduced among other species such as the impala, kudu and warthog. The giraffes were translocated from Soisambu in Nakuru County following an approval from Kenya Wildlife Service. At the time, the animals were placed on a fenced reintroductory site. Since then, the giraffes have settled in their home, as indicated by their gradual increase to a total of 17 in number, with a few females expectant. Ruko Conservancy offers a different kind of experience. Visiting tourists mainly access it via boat rides through Lake Baringo. Guided tours by the Conservancy rangers are offered on foot, presenting a once-in-a-lifetime experience to be one with the wild, all the while clicking away at close proximity of the giraffes. Ruko Conservancy is one of the Rift Valley Community Wildlife Conservancies earmarked for a road upgrading project.
Ruko has a sanctuary, it also has a camping site, and has good access to the Lake Baringo, and those are some of the attractions that communities can also benefit.
The Mount Suswa Conservancy story. As we continue our visit of the Rift Valley Roads and Water Upgrading Project, our next stop is the Mount Suswa Conservancy. The State Department for Wildlife opened up the Olgumi Gisharu Road, which is a 22-kilometer stretch of Maram Road under construction. Well hid between Kajiado and Narok counties and only about 50 kilometers from the capital city is the Mount Suswa. This extinct volcano is made up of a unique double crater system featuring a spectacular sunken crater within a crater. The outer crater, which is around 10 kilometers in diameter, is home to the Maasai. The landscape is dotted with manyatas, schools, a dispensary and churches. The Conservancy is developing tourism activities in Suswa to encourage community participation in biodiversity conservation and to enhance income generation.
The main objective of establishing M.O.U Conservancy is to protect and preserve the spectacular biodiversity, especially the caves, whereby we have the baboon parliament, we have the bird colony, we have the ceramic caves, we have the artifacts that were used by the ancient people, like the cutting stones within the caves. And also Mount Suswa has a local name called Oldonyo Lengai, which in English we call it God's dwelling place. The Maasai believe that all the rituals of the Maasai are mostly located and done in Mount Suswa because they believe that this is a God's dwelling mountain.
The caves form the largest network of underground obsidian tunnels, which are ideal for exploring. Made famous by a BBC documentary, these caves are home to the baboon parliament and an archaeological find for ancient artifacts.
Some of the artifacts found here are potteries and obsidian tools, which possibly have been used by ancient people. And also in this cave you can find some bones, maybe of ancient animals.
This unique cave system is considered the world's most complex braided system of lava tubes. Deep in the far reaches of the volcanic cave, colonies of Harrison's large-eared giant mastiff bats roost. This makes Mount Suswa Conservancy an important breeding maternity for the globally vulnerable Harrison's bat colony. The Conservancy is popular among camping and hiking enthusiasts. Named after the host town Suswa, the Conservancy is only a 2-hour drive from the Nairobi city, which is why the improved roads are a welcome sight for tourists and locals alike. The community's life is interconnected with the Mount Suswa ecosystem in a symbiotic relationship. The vegetation provides livestock grazing lands, and the spouting steam jets from the crater vents are trapped by the locals to provide fresh water for both man, livestock, and farming. Being custodians of Mount Suswa Conservancy, their cultural heritage is intertwined with the conservation of the Conservancy. For them, the newly opened road is a shot in the arm that will help bring in more visitors and in turn good returns for their families.
The conservancies are an epitome of culture. I mean, they are the people who represent the culture of the communities. And therefore, one of the greatest components in tourism is cultural tourism. And these conservancies, the community conservancies, actually, if you look at their setup, they actually do a lot of promotion of culture in terms of dressing, in terms of the food, and in terms of, you know, even the behavior and everything that they do. And therefore, these conservancies provide a very good environment for us to be able to promote cultural tourism.
Kaya najamirisho najo kini itashe enkerai torbaribara natushukoki tesukul meeta ropiyiani naisaidia natum oltukutuk oloito najo nkontum homo ntumakaki tesuswa amu kelakuaniki ntaoni neeku esiai ena naatareto pii.
The reason why we are doing this infrastructure projects is to spur development within the community conservancies.
We really appreciate our government and through the State Department for Wildlife for constructing and improving the road to Mount Susua Conservancy because we are able to access the tourist attractive features like the caves, the crater, and also it becomes very easy to access our homes and also the institutions that are available in Mount Susua Conservancy.
In Kajiado County, we find the Olosira Conservancy. The custodian community has benefited from the construction of the Osewani water pan meant to service both man, livestock and the wild animals, which is a win-win for all the users. The Kasigao Choke Road.
Late last year, we received communication from State Department for Wildlife requesting us to assist them in maintaining roads inside the conservancy. We identified a major link, C1000, which totals about 57.4 kilometers.
The road crisscrosses through several ranches where community settlements have mushroomed into shopping centers servicing the community ranches.
We have clustered the road into 4 sections. The first section, Mwatate to Kamtonga, totaling 19.5 kilometers. The next section is from Kamtonga through to Choke Ranch to Mkuki, totaling 9 kilometers. The next section is from Kuki to Kampanga, that is 10.5 kilometers. And then from Kampanga to Kasigao, totaling 18.4 kilometers.
Nestled between Savo East and West National Parks is a network of community-owned ranches that serve as wildlife sanctuaries. This key ecosystem is a vital wildlife migratory corridor that protects endangered wildlife, including the African elephant, gravy zebra, and the African wild dog. All these lie in vast acreages of dry land forest that is mostly utilized for cattle ranching and wildlife conservation. Community settlements have mushroomed at the periphery of everyone's.
The communities that coexist with wildlife has quite a lot of dilemma. They have mixed feelings. On the other hand, they are very happy to participate in the conservation areas. They realize it is a good natural resource, it is our heritage, and a very big tourist attraction. But on the converse side, they get vexed and annoyed when there are conflicts. We have seen that human-wildlife conflict affects lives, affects crops, livestock, and even other livelihoods of communities. And in that regard, you find communities are not very happy when there is a conflict. Therefore, there is need to work around getting a formula of coexistence between the human and wildlife so that we can have a win-win situation.
This has been witnessed firsthand inside the Lualenyi Ranch, where cases of human-wildlife conflict have reduced drastically following the drilling of a borehole.
Tangu mradi uanze mpaka hadi leo hatujapata mtu ameuawa na wanyama kabisa. Maanake wanyama wametulia tu. Lakini kitambo ilikuwa mtu akarauka asubuhi, wanyama ndo hawa. Wametoka maybe Sarova kunywa maji. Kila mahali ilikuwa ni wanyama. Maanake walikuwa wanatafuta maji. Lakini sasa mtu wazi mradi hajapata ripoti yote ya mtu ambaye ameona mnyama kabisa. Hata wanini waendaji waonekane. Na sasa wanyama wanafurahia. hata binadamu wamenufaika na mradi sana. Kwa upande wa maji, hakuna siku wanakosa maji.
By placing communities at the center of wildlife conservation and improving conservation incentives, conservancies in Kenya are securing livelihoods while reversing wildlife decline, resulting in the protection of Kenya's iconic wildlife for future generations.
We have shrinking space for wildlife. It's very clear that tourism continues to be a big driver of the economy of this country, and that wildlife is the biggest driver of the tourism sector. And communities and private people who own land become
Tuharakishe wale ambao wako nje tafadhali waje kwa haraka because of time so that we can begin our program. Tafadhali nitaomba kwa heshima, kama umevalia kofia ambayo sio rasmi, kofia aina ya chepeo, nitaomba uvue. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are wearing a cap that is not official, it is not a religious cap, please I'll ask you to remove it. Let us be upstanding for the Kenya national anthem, then the the Ugandan anthem, and the East African anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kenya national anthem. The Ugandan national anthem. The East African anthem.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Kongoi baba, kongoi baba, kongoi ambui nyinyoto. nying yoto kitonye yechi korero rogishek yei beko yei temgoshek sindetyo kunyor kot kongoi baba ambu nying yoto kesochinen bo uyenyo iyei bo tulwen ne kararan nito nyikekure Mount Elgon. Baba kararan tulwono tinye ketik ak tinye tiong'ik. Kongoi baba. Ming'isie biikuk ipkote biikuk chakap kane Uganda ko chu mi Kenya chukap katuyoni ipkote biikab KWS ipkat ribik choribe uget Kenya World Service Forest. Baba yein kuchomyo bicho sindetyo uyai kasit agenge ongerib uyenyo kerib tiong'ik. Kongoi mi biik chakop katuyoni sindetyo kosulda kemoche betutab raani ambit bororiondo kapkai chu kakwiskei keise keyanikab koron sindetyo kurur tuyoni kimkim anyiny lipkop kasai chotom kainetab kwenye Yesu Kristo kasai.
Asante sana mzee wetu Kotelo, mzee Masibo Kisaka.
Nja kusaba lumba saba kubera sise sino fwese kwena membu ebweni wo mwami Yesu. Were omwami wefu Yesu Kristo. Mwami Yesu were obumbaliro bane likulu. Were obumba omwana w'omundu. Mala wamra kusabala mwami Yesu. Sise sino kwebombya ne kwichebwenyo. Ukusima kubera kumuhungano kumno. Were papa rera chimbabazi cho. Were papa bita abantu bano. Kubera bulala. Were rambo lya Kenya. Azi w'omuruki Daktari William Samoei Ruto. Ende azi were rambo ly'omuruki ya Uganda Rais Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Were papa burera bulala bwesibala. Papa rera luya. Nekuchakenda nokuradika nawe kumale nawe. Kozisa bakubira Yesu Kristo kuraliero bana acha mwikulu.
Asante sana mzee Masibo. Pastor Ben.
Tuombe. Mwenyezi Mungu Baba wa mbinguni, katika jina la Baba na la Mwana na la Roho Mtakatifu, tunakushukuru Baba kwa sababu ya mchana ya leo. Baba wetu, siku hii kuu, siku ambaye wewe Mungu umeandaa ya kwamba tutakuwa na sherehe kubwa kwa ajili ya uhifadhi ya mlima yetu ya Elgon ambaye inagawa sisi pamoja na nchi jirani Uganda. Tunasema asante kwa kutuleta pamoja na kusherekea pamoja kwa sababu ya uhusiano nzuri na uhifadhi bora. Baba Mungu, tunajua japokuwa tuna msitu huu, tuna changamoto nyingi, na tunajua Mungu wewe ndiye utakayewezesha Baba Mungu wale wote wanaofanya kazi kuhakikisha kwamba msitu huu na mlima huu unaotirika maji, unaoleta baridi nzuri, unaoleta hata Bwana sura nzuri katika nchi yetu, Baba wataweza kuweka mikakati kiwango ambaye Baba watu wako watakuwa na Baba maji safi na hewa safi, na hata mvua itakuwa kwa wingi. Na kwa hivyo Jehova, tunashukuru kwa sababu ya serikali yetu yote mbili, serikali ya Uganda pamoja na serikali ya Kenya, na asante kwa sababu ya marais hawa ambaye kwa juhudi yao Mungu imewezesha kuwa na mkutano siku ya leo. Tunashukuru pia kwa sababu ya shirika ya UNESCO ambaye Jehova inahakikisha kwamba msitu huu unalindwa kimataifa, na ya kwamba Mungu, tunapokuwa tukiketi na kukaa hapa, tunajua amani yako inatawala. Mwanzo wa dunia hii ulipoumba, uliumba ardhi na ukaona ni vema kuweko na miti, kuweko na wanyama, na hata ukamwambia binadamu akaweze kutawala. Baba wetu, tunashukuru kwa sababu ya wanyama wanaoishi katika mlima huu. Asante pia kwa sababu ya miti, asante kwa sababu ya maji, na asante kwa sababu ya kazi yote inayofanyika katika mlima huu. Tunasema asante Jehova. Tuomba amani katika nchi zetu zote mbili. Kuwa na amani ya Jehova, ili kusiwe na msukosuko ya kuleta madhara katika Bwana muka yetu. Tunasema asante pia kwa sababu ya Kenya Wildlife Service na Uganda Wildlife Authority, ambaye Jehova wanafanya juhudi kuhakikisha kwamba mlima huu unaishi kwa njia nzuri. Baba wetu, tunaombea wageni wetu ambao wamekuja siku ya leo. Takapokuwa hapa, maongezi yote na shughuli yote itakayofanyika, wewe Mungu kaweze kuwa Mungu katikati yetu. Tenda mambo ya ajabu, tenda muujiza, hata wageni waliokuja, asante kwa kuwaleta, na hata watakaporudi warudi na wewe. Katika jina la Yesu Kristo naomba na kuamini.
Amen. Asante, tunaweza tukaketi. Ladies and gentlemen, tafadhali for the Kenyan delegation ambayo imekuja, our sitting itakuwa kuanzia from our PS coming to the right side. Our Kenyan delegation from the PS wetu ameketi, we will occupy the right side, then the Ugandan delegation will occupy the left side. Tafadhali. So wataturuhusu tu viongozi waendelee kuingia. We have got seats hapo ndani. Our Ugandan delegation can take the left side. That is the right hand side of the main tent and the left hand side of my hand. Now, Kenyan delegation tunaweza tukaketi upande huu na itakuwa ni vizuri sana. I'll wish that we settle. I'll wish that we settle. I'll wish that we settle. Tafadhali. Let us settle. Let us settle, please. Let us settle. Please, the Ugandan legal officer, you can meet the counterpart from Kenya, the Kenyan legal officer, hapo nje tafadhali. The legal officer from Uganda, tafadhali enda tu pale nje so that you can meet the Ugandan counterpart, tafadhali. Our guest of honor, the PS in State Department of Wildlife, Madam Sylvia Museia, the Principal Secretary, State Department of Forestry, Mr. Gitonga Mugambi, the PS in charge of Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities from Uganda, Madam Doreen Katusimwe, Ms. Louise Hastersen, the Director UNESCO, Regional Office for Eastern Africa, all the CEOs present, Executive Directors, the Director Generals who are here, the Chairperson of the National Resistance Movement from Buko, the RCCs present, the County Commissioner of Trans County, the Resident District Commissioners from Uganda, the Chairperson of Local Councils from Uganda, the members of County Assembly from Uganda and Kenya, the CECs present. I've seen the CEC in charge of trade from Trans County, Mr. Patrick Gasheru, representing the Governor of Trans Honorable George Natembea, the Chief Officer in charge of Environment, Madam Dorothy Nyukuri, the County Security Team, the Council of Elders, the community leaders, ladies and gentlemen. Our guest of honors, please welcome to this occasion that we have gathered here today for the momentous occasion for us to launch the Mount Elgon Transboundary Biosphere Reserve and signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between Kenya and Uganda. Before we commence our official program, please allow me just to have two pieces of entertainment from one group from Kenya and another one from Uganda to bring us together, because we have gathered here different tribes, different cultures, but as one people, as human beings. Please allow me to welcome the Ogiek cultural dancers from Kenya to start. Ogiek cultural dancers, please. the Ogiek cultural dances from Kenya. Asante sana Ogiek dancers. Thank you so much, Ogate dancers. Kaya kutoka nchi ya Uganda. Wapi makofi mazuri. It was just an introduction. Microphone tafadhali. Wapewe kipaza. Ilikuwa introduction na tujaanza bado. Mambo bado. Yeah. Kaya team, it's called Indonyi Taba, traditional African performing artists team from Uganda. Karibuni sana.
Thank you for good thing you have done. Mukoze bulungi musimbe ebikulo, mukoze bulungi mukumye ebisolo, mukoze bulungi mukumye ebibira, mukoze bulungi mukumye ebisolo. We thank you for good thing you have done. Mukoze bulungi mukumye ebibira, mukoze bulungi mukumye ebisolo.
Let's stop pushing.
not only that, but you have also put game parks and game reserves, and all schools visit them and learn about them. Thank you for the good effort you have put and the support. Long live Wildlife Authority.
Asante sana. Tuwape makofi. Asante sana. Thank you so much, a team from Uganda. Tuwape makofi tena kwa kututumbuiza vizuri. Asante sana, na ukiwahitaji wanapatikana tu wanapoondoka. Asante sana, waongozwe tu. Asante sana. Thank you. Asante, wape makofi ya kutosha. Asante sana. Walipokuwa wanatutumbuiza, I was looking at our PSS and they were like, are we supposed to join or our dust coats zitapata tabu? And I saw PS Gitonga whispering to Madam, cheza chini, cheza chini, cheza chini, tusiharibu ugeni. Hello? That was so nice. That was so beautiful. Na pia tunatambua uwepo wa High Commissioner of Kenya to Uganda, Ambassador Josh Mangi. Karibu sana. We recognize your presence. We recognize the presence. Asante, karibu sana. We also recognize the presence of Waziri Patrick Gasheru, Waziri wa Trade, representing the Governor of Trans Nzoia, Waziri Gasheru. We recognize your presence. Karibu sana. Na pia tunatambua uwepo wa viongozi wote kutoka Uganda. Asanteni sana kwa kuweza kufika. All the leaders from Uganda, thank you so much for gracing this occasion. Our guest of honor, please allow me now to call upon Mr. Collins Omondi to come forward and give us an overview of the M.O.U. Please, Mr. Collins Omondi, the stage is yours in a few minutes, please.
Our chief guest of today, allow me to ride on a protocol that has been observed because of time. I'm Collins Omondi. I work for Kenya Wildlife Service as Assistant Director in charge of Mount Elgon, Kenyan side. I'm going to take you through an overview why we are here. We've been on this ground for some days. There are people that have questioned why we are here. We need to tell them, we need to work together in this journey. Ladies and gentlemen, God gave us one natural resource called Mount Elgon. It has served us for some time now. It should serve us today. It should serve us tomorrow and the generation to come. We have a responsibility to continue conserving the natural resource that we've been given. We know the importance of Mount Elgon to the economy of Uganda and Kenya. We have a lot of rivers that emanate from Mount Elgon that feeds the lake basin, feeds Lake Turkana, that feeds River Nile. We have a responsibility as people that occupied the ecosystem to continue conserving that ecosystem because of the ecosystem services that we attain from it. We know that the two counties that we have, that is Bungoma and Trans Nzoia, their main economy is basically agriculture. And agriculture depends on the rains, it depends on the good weather that we received because of the mountain. Uganda side basically is also agriculture, and that is supported by the good weather that we have because of the mountain. We have ecotourism that gives the revenue to both Uganda government and Kenya government. That revenue supports government projects which we need actually to upscale so that we can have the economy growing. We have forestry that we get a lot of timber. Timber supports everything in our life, and that timber we need actually to protect. So we have a responsibility. We have a responsibility because you know what is happening globally due to climate change. If we don't protect the environment, then the environment will take care of us. So we should not let the environment to take care of us. We need to take care of the environment. And that is why we are here. So overall, we have a resource in this region that we need to protect at all costs. We've been doing this, but now we need to have a one lens on how to conserve the environment. Whatever the Uganda sees the mountain, that should be the perspective that Kenya also sees the mountain. How the community sees the mountain, that is how the institutions that are mandated by different legislation sees the mountain. So we as a people who are here, we have a history to make. We need to actually to pave the destiny of the generation that is coming behind us. So I want to appreciate the government of Uganda. I want to appreciate the government of Kenya for coming up with the initiative on how to sustainably manage the resource that we have here. In that line, the two governments agreed to have an holistic management of this resource. So there are strategies that they have developed, framework that has been developed in a form of M.O.U, Memorandum of Understanding. So because it is something that the community need to know, what is this that is called M.O.U? I'm privileged. I'm going to take you a few chapters. It has about 20 paragraphs. I will not go to the 20th paragraph, but I just want to read a few paragraphs so that you can understand why we are here, why the mountain is important to us and the economy of the two countries. So with your permission, Chief Guest, allow me to skip just to facilitate implementation of this M.O.U. Number C, promote management of Mount Elgon ecosystem as a water tower, supporting the development and implementation of integrated water resource management model for Mount Elgon ecosystem. Number D is to develop and implement coherent and harmonized transboundary strategies for the management and conservation of Mount Elgon ecosystem through joint collaborative strategies as enlisted below. Number 1, land degradation control, pollution and waste, particularly plastic waste management, responding of matters of climate change, protection, conservation, and restoration of degraded catchment areas along water bodies and wetlands. And lastly, restoration of biodiversity loss in the transboundary landscape. Number E, promote transboundary law enforcement and monitoring mechanism. Number F, promote cultural preservation through integration of cultural practices and traditional uses into the management of natural resources within the Mount Elgon ecosystem and promote common principle underlying participatory management and ecosystem approaches in line with the function of Biosphere Reserve. Number G, jointly undertake promotion of cross-border tourism through development of Transboundary Ecotourism Master Plan. Number H, promote effective collaboration in developing and implementing climate resilient strategies. Number I, jointly undertake resource mobilization for effective implementation of the provision of the M.O.U. Number J, information sharing. Number K, development and operationalization of frameworks for benefit sharing as per the Nagoya Protocol, and lastly, initiate measures to rehabilitate and restore encroached and degraded areas. Now, paragraph number 4, that is how law enforcement is going to work. Number 1, respective management authorities will carry out joint concurrent patrols within the Transboundary Biosphere Reserve for the purpose of law enforcement. The parties will, through their respective immigration departments, obtain waivers of the movement restriction for the law enforcement staff when carrying out joint patrols on either side of the international boundary. And lastly, on law enforcement, joint operations referred to above will include, but not limited to, anti-poaching, fire control, problem animal control, and control of illegal trade in wild fauna and flora. Paragraph 5, zoning. The zoning of the Mount Elgon Transboundary Biosphere Reserve will be mutually agreed between the parties and re-evaluated from time to time in line with international and international legal instruments. The zoning of Mount Elgon Transboundary Biosphere Reserve will not amount to the establishment of international boundary between the parties. Capacity building, paragraph 6. Parties will develop joint programs for capacity building and monitoring relevant to the management, scientific, and socio-economic needs of the Transboundary Biosphere Reserve. We go to management of the ecosystem. The management authorities and legal status of the ecosystem on either side of the border will remain as established by the respective national laws. Now, the rest is now the formation of different committees. We have, at the national level, we have a ministerial committee, and the function is basically the policy aspect of it. Then we have a joint technical committee that will entail development and implementation of the legislation from the ministerial level. And there is now a joint implementation committee that is for the wardens on the ground on how to implement this M.O.U. Now, resource will be sourced within from the government, the NGOs, and development partners. So basically, that is what we have. But as I conclude, we have a responsibility as a country, that is Kenya, Uganda. The people of the community staying within the natural resource are looking for us. We need to give the guidance because this is the resource that they have. This is a resource that supports their life. We have resources. If you go to Lake Basin, they have the lake. If you go to this, the other side of Central, they have theirs. You go to Rwensoris, they have the resource. But now the people within this ecosystem, this is the resource that they live on. So we need to protect it, give them the guidance so that we can have a sustainable management of this resource. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Assistant Director Collins. We have given him a lot of time because he was giving us the overview of the M.O.U. For the speakers who will follow, please, I will wish that we be so brief because of time, and we have got visitors from far. So allow me to call upon the representative of the Director General, Kenya Wildlife Service, Madam Lucy, just to give a short remark over the same. Please, Madam Lucy, for 1 minute, please.
Our chief guests, all invited guests, allow me to read the remarks from the Director General, Kenya Wildlife Service, who was supposed to be here but is held up in a function that required his personal attention. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it's both a privilege and honor to stand before you today at this momentous occasion, the launch of the Mount Elgon Transboundary Biosphere Reserve and the signing of the M.O.U. between Kenya and Uganda. This event marks a significant step in commitment to preserving one of our most vital ecosystems shared by our nations and lays the groundwork for cooperative management that will benefit both our environment and our communities. Ladies and gentlemen, Mount Elgon is not merely a geographical feature, but a critical lifeline supporting millions across both Kenya and Uganda. As one of East Africa's key water towers, it nourishes essential rivers like the Nzoia, the Takwel, and sustains agriculture, hydropower, and domestic water needs. Its forest serves as a vital carbon sinks, playing a significant role in our global fight against climate change. Hosting unique species such as the famous cave elephants of Kitum Cave, Mount Elgon symbolizes the interconnectedness of wildlife and their habitats, a relationship we are entrusted to protect. The formal recognition of these transboundary biosphere reserves underlines the importance of joint efforts to sustain its ecological integrity. Ladies and gentlemen, the M.O.U. transcends a simple agreement. It encapsulates a comprehensive framework for transboundary collaboration rooted in the principles of the East Africa community. Together, our governments, through the Ministries of Tourism and Wildlife, commit to promoting sustainable development, conservation, and harmonious coexistence of human and wildlife within the Mount Elgon ecosystem. By invoking the East Africa Community Protocol on Environment and Natural Resources Management, as well as sustainable development of principles underscored by the framework of the Sustainable Development of Lake Victoria Basin, we are establishing clear objectives aligned with the regional and international commitments. The MOU reflects our desire to combat pressing challenges such as the climate change, biodiversity loss, and unsustainable land use, while enhancing capacity for effective conservation and tourism management. The MOU delineates clear objectives, including joint actions, establishing institutional arrangements to facilitate collaborative governance focused on mutual benefits, and again also promoting socio-economic development through sustainable tourism and business opportunities. Moreover, it emphasizes the designation of cone zones within Elgon National Parks in both countries as biosphere reserves, reinforcing our collective commitment to ecological preservation and sustainable utilization. Mount Elgon is an untapped reservoir of tourism potential, offering unparalleled scenic view, rich in cultural narratives and diverse wildlife. Through effective cross-border collaboration, we facilitate ecotourism and adventure tourism, wildlife tourism, community-based tourism, unified tourism strategy. The MOU envisages developing a transboundary ecotourism master plan, allowing seamless movement across borders. Ladies and gentlemen, while we celebrate this agreement, we must acknowledge the challenges facing the mountain ecosystem, and this includes encroachment and habitat loss, illegal activities, and climate change. Finally, to the communities surrounding Mount Elgon, your role is indispensable. You are not merely stakeholders, you are the custodians of this cherished ecosystem. Your traditions and sustainable practices are invaluable in guiding conservation initiatives. We are committed to fostering partnerships that provide you with alternative livelihoods, tourism opportunities, and economic incentives that support conservation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a speech from the Director General, Kenya Wildlife Services. Executive Director, Uganda Wildlife Authority, Mr. Bakambo John. Shortly, please.
Our dear chief guests, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'll just shorten the protocol because of time. Allow me to say my names are John Makombo. I'm a representative of the chief executive who is not here with us. Due to other commitments, he would have come. He just gave me a speech to give, but I'll just do it in short. Our dear permanent secretaries and the state secretary, allow me also to welcome everyone who has actually turned up here. At this time when we are remembering the birth of Mount Elgon, Transboundary, and Biosphere Reserve ecosystem for both countries. It is a great opportunity that we are all here to witness this conservation achievement, which will be crowned with the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding for joint management of this transboundary ecosystem. This event has for a long time been awaited, and we are excited that finally the dream has come true. Mount Elgon Forest on our part of Uganda was gazetted in 1968. That time it was being managed under the Forest Department, and to enhance its conservation, the government of Uganda transferred it to a national park, transformed it into a national park, and transferred it to Uganda Wildlife Authority in 1993. And then it was inscribed a Land and Biosphere Reserve in 2005. And my colleague went through the very important functions of this forest, mountain, and so I will not go through all those. And so, dear guests, you may be aware over time that the human population is actually growing, and the pressure over the forest resources is also growing. The designation of the two ecosystems as the Transboundary Managed Biosphere Reserve will therefore require the management authorities of the MABs and their local community counterparts to focus on fostering sustainable utilization of these resources, fostering sustainable development through stewardship of biodiversity is at the heart of UNESCO's Man and Biosphere program and its world network of biosphere reserves. Like other people across the globe, we need to explore local solutions for our land shortage that will promote sustainable land use programs and resource use for the benefit of the present generations and those to come. We also recognize the fact that we are holding these resources in trust. We therefore need to pass good management legacy to the people that will come after us. For good governance of these MAB ecosystems, we shall therefore endeavor to maintain good working relations with our partners and the neighboring communities, enhance accountability, transparency and participation in management, joint decision making. In Uganda, efforts to promote this has already started. We therefore appreciate the two governments for having come up with this transboundary arrangement. And so we thank also those who have been involved, especially the core team that was at the heart of making it. With the Transboundary M.O.U. signed, we need to remember that the recognition of the two parks is a single transboundary ecosystem will bring greater and is a greater undertaking and will bring us a lot of local and international attention. So in this way, I appeal to the local communities and all the groups and every one of us to participate and to put in an effort so that we can be able to overcome whatever challenges that we have to manage these ecosystems. I thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. John Makambo, for that. Chief guests, allow me now to call upon Mr. Alex Demarcoco, the Chief Conservator of Kenya Forests, to come forward so that he can also introduce the other CEOs who are present. Please, just for introduction.
Our Chief Guest, the Principal Secretary from Kenya, Wildlife and Forestry, as well as the Principal Secretaries from Uganda, UNESCO, all officers who are here, CEOs, members of the public, and all protocols observed. Good afternoon. I am glad to be here today as part and parcel of the entire process of the conservation of Mount Elgon ecosystem. And today brings a lot of joy to us in conservation, because all of us have been brought together to tackle the singular problem of the degradation of this important mountain. Mount Elgon is not just a mountain, it's not just a park, neither is it just a forest. It is a critical resource of global importance. It is a resource that must therefore be managed with all stakeholders being brought on board. And I'm saying this because we have had this kind of management before, and without addressing the issue of multi-agency approach, without looking at the interests of all, including the local communities, we may not be able to achieve our objectives. Therefore, I just want to say it is important for us to look at this mountain as a holistic resource of that all of us must be involved while managing it and putting in place interventions that are meant to ensure that there is sustainability of this ecosystem. I would like now to take this opportunity as been assigned to recognize the presence of CEOs, particularly from Kenya, and then later on I'll request those ones from Uganda who are here. We have the Director General Kenya Forest Service, KEFRI, Kenya Forest Research Institute. We have Director Dr. Jane Juguna. Yes. We also have Dr. Omondi, who is in charge of wildlife research and training institution. Who else do we have? Other CEOs who are here from Kenya. We have CEOs from Kenya. Is this from? Yeah? Yeah, good. This is from East African Wildlife Society. And I think that's all. For me, from the family of Kenya Forest Service, we are committed. We are committed to participate in this process and ensure that this mountain is protected and managed for today's and future generations. Thank you very much. International Crane Foundation. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Thank you very much. We also have National Forest Authority, the equivalent of Kenya Forest Service. Thank you very much. For Uganda. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All the guests, all the CEOs, the executive directors, and the director generals feel recognized. Asanteni sana kwa kuja. Now, allow me to call upon the director, UNESCO, Regional Office for Eastern Africa, Madam Louise, to come. The second name, you need to have food in your stomach for you to pronounce it, and I've not eaten since morning. So allow me not to pronounce the second name.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. PSs present here with us today, distinguished guests, government officials, representatives for conservation organizations, local community leaders, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to be with you today as we mark this historic milestone, the official launch of the Mount Elgon Transboundary Biosphere Reserve. This initiative stands as a testament to the collaboration between Kenya and Uganda and our shared commitment to environmental conservation and sustainable development. Mount Elgon, a vital ecosystem straddling our borders, is home to diverse flora and fauna crucial to millions of people, including indigenous communities whose livelihoods depend on its resources. Today, through joint efforts and UNESCO's Man and Biosphere program, Mount Elgon becomes the first transboundary biosphere reserve in this region and only the second one in Africa. Congratulations for that. Before proceeding, I'd like to recognize the presence amongst us of James Njugu, the Secretary General for the Kenya National Commission. The Kenya National Commission, together with the Uganda National Commission, have played an instrumental role in getting this biosphere part of UNESCO's program. They have coordinated and facilitated the nomination process. Their efforts began in 2014 and culminated in the designation in June 2023, ensuring full compliance with ecological significance, sustainable development planning, and inclusive stakeholder engagement. So a huge thank to you, James, and your team, and also, and I hope the PS from Uganda can pass it on to Rosie, you're the Secretary General of the Uganda National Commission. Thank you very much for that. Why is this milestone so significant? Firstly, and this has been mentioned by a number of speakers before me, it enhances conservation and biodiversity protection. Mount Elgon's designation strengthens efforts by promoting coordinated policies, shared research, and sustainable management practices between our nations. And secondly, it drives sustainable development and improves livelihoods. UNESCO's commitment goes beyond conservation. It ensures local communities benefit from sustainable activities like ecotourism, agroforestry, aligning with global poverty alleviation goals. Thirdly, it supports climate change mitigation and resilience. As a carbon sink and water catchment, Mount Elgon plays a crucial role in ecosystem resilience and adaptation strategies. Lastly, it boosts scientific research and knowledge sharing. This biosphere reserve fosters collaboration among researchers, conservationists, and policymakers to innovate environmental management approaches. Today is a celebration, but it is also a call for action. The success of Mount Elgon Transboundary Biosphere Reserves relies on collective commitment, from governments to indigenous people and local communities. We must implement conservation strategies, enforce environmental policies, and raise awareness among those who rely on this ecosystem. UNESCO stands committed to supporting Kenya and Uganda in managing Mount Elgon sustainably. Through dialogue, resource mobilization, and capacity building, we aim for this initiative to set a model for transboundary conservation in Africa. That's our commitment. Moving forward, the real work begins with implementing the reserve's objectives. A participatory approach aligned with UNESCO's Man and Biosphere program will ensure conservation efforts benefit local communities. Strengthening ecotourism and cross-border projects will enhance sustainability while reinforcing stakeholder commitment under the M.O.U. that we have heard about before. UNESCO calls upon all partners to collaborate in making Mount Elgon Transboundary Biosphere Reserve a model for future conservation efforts in Africa. As we launch this Transboundary Biosphere Reserve today, let us reaffirm our dedication to harmonizing humanity with nature. May Mount Elgon symbolize hope, cooperation, and sustainable development for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Liz Hasthausen. I have practiced, so thank you so much, Madam, for that great speech. Now, allow me to call upon the area MCA, Bwana Kibet Ndiwa, MCA Endebess, to just come and recognize the other members of County Assembly who are present. Shortly, please, Mheshimiwa.
Our chief guest and all invited guests, good afternoon. My name is Kibet Ndiwa, representing Endebess. Here I'm representing the area MCA, who is not present, he is briefed. So he has said welcome and feel free. Mine is to say that Mount Elgon is not a mountain. It is not about trees or whatever, but also don't forget the local communities. We have some interest inside here. We also come here just to farm. What we request is good policies that will assist our people so that we come together. So that is my request. Also, I have my colleague who is here. You may come and as she's coming, we have also representatives from office of our MP and those of women rep and senator. Will they come forward? Okay. Welcome.
Our guests from Uganda and Kenya. Good afternoon. I'm Honorable Margaret Mutai, representing the good people of Matumbai Ward. Today we have gathered here. We are very much privileged, and we are going to support you. You have talked of Mount Elgon. Mount Elgon has its history. And we know that going forward, this Mount Elgon will be a resource to our community, to our country, and we will get a good environment. As we all know that climate change is real, we have to support this program. And at the same time, we in Trans Nzoia, we cultivate, we plant maize, and we need rain, we need water. And all these resources comes from Elgon. So we are supporting you fully, and we are together. May God bless you and bless our countries. Thank you so much.
Okay, I would like to recognize the representative of our MP. You can stand and wave. Clap for him. Also, we have a representative of women rep. Thank you. We have representative of our senator, Trans Nzoia. Okay, thank you. May God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I saw when Mheshimiwa Kibet was introducing the representative of the women representative, then a man stood. People were like, a man is representing a women representative, so like they were like, that's why you saw some mamas around. I don't know. My friend, the representative of a women representative is a man. Hiyo ni kesi ya siku nyingine. Thank you so much. Now, allow me to bring upon the representative of the county commissioner, Mr. To, the DCC Endebess. Please, just for a minute, to introduce your counterpart from Bungoma, and also introduce your counterpart from Uganda.
Our chief guests today, the two PSs from Kenya, PS from Republic of Uganda, our ambassador to Uganda, all other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon again. Let me take this opportunity to first and foremost welcome all of you to Trans Nzoia County. This is the breadbasket of the Republic of Kenya. I want also to thank our counterparts, our sister country, for your patience. This program should have started by 10, but due to weather challenges that our guests encountered, it necessitated that we start late because of the weather. So I don't want to take much of it because much has been said. I want to introduce my counterpart from Bungoma, who is representing, yes, that is Deputy County Commissioner Mount Elgon, who is representing the CC Bungoma. I'm also representing the CC Trans Nzoia. My name is Stanley To, and I'll take this opportunity to welcome my sister, the RDC Bukwo, to come and introduce our guests.
Our chief guests, the permanent secretaries for Uganda and the permanent secretary on the Kenyan and the Republic of Kenya, the principal secretary, State Department of Wildlife, the executive director, Uganda Wildlife, the Director General, Kenya Wildlife Authority, all invited guests. Permit me observe all the protocols as earlier stated. My name is Bessie Ajilong, and I'm the resident district commissioner. I want in a very, very special way to thank the counterparts, my colleague of Kenya, of the Republic of Kenya, for hosting this very important occasion. Today, we are coming to witness the launch of Transboundary Biosphere Reserve and Management. And Mount Elgon lies around 1,900 square kilometers across 8 districts that border the conservation area. And I want to take this opportunity to recognize my colleagues that have come from the 8 districts of Uganda. It is believed that Mount Elgon stands at 75% coverage on the Ugandan side, while 25% of Mount Elgon lies on the Kenyan side. That's why you realize that a greater number of my colleagues have come from the 8 districts. I will have done a disservice if I don't recognize them. Some of them have come about 200 kilometers from Buko town or from this place. So I want in a very, very special way to recognize the resident district commissioners of the 8 districts. Please, can you step over for our friends from Kenya to see us, how we are very mindful about conservation. Quickly say your name.
Thank you, Commissioner. All protocol observed. My name is Namara Solome Juliet, and I'm the Resident District Commissioner, Namisindwa. Thank you.
All protocol observed. By God's grace, I'm Nakawala Naomi, Deputy RDC Mbare District.
Protocol observed. I'm Madoye Elijah, Resident District Commissioner, Budoda.
Protocol observed. I'm retired ASP at Heide Hope, the RDC Queen. Cheboriot and Cherop are my names.
Thank you so much. You're welcome, our commissioner. My name is Magunda George. I'm the Resident District Commissioner, Bulambuli.
Protocol observed. Deborah Mwesigwa Mugerwa, RDC Kapchora.
Protocol observed. I'm Dennis Ephraim, Barana RDC Sironko.
And Bessie is my name, the host RDC. It is believed that Mount Elgon and its ecosystem feeds into Uganda through the Lake Victoria Basin and the and the Kyoga basins. So Mount Elgon supports Uganda in those 2 basins. And I'm told, even on the Kenyan side, Mount Elgon supports areas of Turkana and Bungoma. You know, we border Bungoma from the other side of Lake Victoria. So this is how beautiful the natural resources that God has endowed us with, and we really need to conserve, protect the natural resources that God has gifted us with. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change is a reality. World over, it is the biggest challenge. And together, we must address it. It is believed that the desert is slowly but surely advancing towards the sub-Saharan Africa in a very strong speed. And it calls for all of us, the citizens of Uganda, the citizens of Kenya, to address the challenge of climate change. It is a reality in Uganda that we've had experiences of floods, prolonged droughts that have led to shortages of food and other things. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the head of security in Bukwa district. The security situation in Bukwa is calm, and the relationship between Ugandan government and the Republic of Kenya is good. I want to attest to this. We want to thank you most honestly, the UNESCO, for supporting this program. We want to thank you, all the stakeholders that have been involved and engaged in this program, for the support you have given us since we started planning for this activity up to now. May God bless all of us, for God and my country.
Thank you, Madam Ajilong. I think before I raise my case, I would like to introduce the security team, the county security team, that we've been working together since we started this program. You just, from where you're standing. Your name? Koech Sub-County Police Commander, standing in for the County Police Commander. Akwangai Charles, Trans Nzoia West. Collins Omondi has been with us. I don't know whether there is any other person that, yes? And where is the man who has been on the ground? Yes, that man has been very supportive. He has been running up and down. He's a mzee, but he's still strong because he crosses to eat matoke. That man goes to eat matoke on the other side. So I want also to say that since we started late, we are taking short time, and if we've not been given an opportunity because our guests are going back to Nairobi, and the pilot told me that do not keep them so much because of the weather. So we would have wished to have many people talk. I know Mheshimiwa, you will be given your opportunity, so usikuwe na wasiwasi. She's our MP from Uganda. So thank you so much for listening to us and participating. I hope you also participated in the eating. Mulikula? Bado? Haya, nikitoka hapa tutaangalia hiyo maneno. Asanteni na Mungu awabariki.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tom. Mr. Tom has just told us that if you are old and you want to continue being strong, you cross to Uganda and eat matoke. Was that the message? That you need to cross to Uganda, eat matoke, then you will remain strong? Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Tom. We will try. And I'll talk to Mheshimiwa Kibet Ndiwa to arrange so that we can go the other side and eat some matoke. Asante. Now, allow me to call upon Honorable Evelyn Chemchai, the Member of Parliament for Buko District, to come and give her address. Mheshimiwa, karibu sana.
Thank you so much. Allow me ride on the protocol that has already been observed. My name is Evelyn Chemchai Chepobor. I represent the people of Buko District in the Parliament of Uganda. I am glad that I'm part of this historic event that is being witnessed this day. And I want to thank UNESCO for facilitating or driving this event. I want to thank the peers from our Ugandan side and the Kenyan side for making sure that we conserve and preserve our forests and also our mountain, because I've spoken of so many things that we get out of the mountain. I want to thank you for the agreement that you're going, the M.O.U. that you're going to sign today. And I believe that the common mwananchi was also involved in the process of preparing this agreement. Just as somebody said, we have interest. Indeed, I'm a born of Swam. I am a direct beneficiary of this Mount Elgon. I grew fetching water, firewood, honey, medicine, and everything from the mountain. So I believe whatever you've done, our interests have been catered for. Secondly, I'm also requesting that let's coexist. When you see somebody coming from Uganda or Kenya, this is one person. It's only the boundary that divides us, but we are one family, one person, with one interest. I've had some few conflicts where some women and young men were beaten from the side of Kenya. Some crops were destroyed. I pray that that maybe could be the last event. If there is anything, we need to sit and dialogue. From our side, definitely we are going to support you on the Ugandan side. And on behalf of my colleagues, the honorable members of parliament, it's unfortunate that they are not around, but if I am there, I represent all of them. So whatever I speak, that is the agreement that we've come together as colleagues and as leaders of the Ugandan side. And also the Kenyan side, definitely, we always speak one as representatives of the people. I want to thank you, and I pray that God blesses you all for God and my country. Thank you so much.
Wow, a mighty hand clap for Mheshimiwa. That was so nice. We are one family, we are one people. That was so nice from you, Mheshimiwa. It's very nice when politicians speak such a kind of language. It inspires all of us. Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa. Now allow me to call upon CEC Patrick Gasheru, who will come forward, introduce the chief officers present, and read for us the message from His Excellency Governor George Natembeya, Governor, Trans Nzoia County. Mheshimiwa Patrick Gasheru.
Our guests today, the three principal secretaries, one from Uganda and the rest from Kenya. Allow me to stand on the protocols already established to read the speech of His Excellency Governor George Natembeya, who, because of his busy schedule, was unable to grace this occasion. But before I do that, let me introduce our Chief Officer in charge of Water, Environment and Climate Change, Madam Dorothy Nyukuri. Just wave for the crowd. Thank you very much. And on a very personal note, I'm a little bit excited. Madam, our Chief Gates, I grew up here. My father used to be a groundsman in this forest in the 70s and 60s. I went to a local primary school that is no longer there because of the forest, so this is home. In fact, I keep on joking and telling people that this is my ancestral land because I buried my grandfather here. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests, it's with great honor and profound gratitude that I stand before you today to mark this historic occasion, the official launch of the Mount Elgon Transboundary Biosphere Reserve and the signing of a Memorandum of Understanding, M.O.U, between Kenya and Uganda on the sustainable management of this vital ecosystem. First and foremost, allow me to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the Minister of Tourism and Wildlife, the Kenya National Commissioner for UNESCO, and all stakeholders who have worked tirelessly to bring this initiative to fruition. I also extend my sincere gratitude to our partners in Uganda who have shown unwavering commitment to ensuring the conservation of this shared natural heritage. The designation of Mount Elgon as a Transboundary Biosphere Reserve by UNESCO in June 2023 marked a significant milestone in our region's conservation journey. It not only affirms the ecological significance of this landscape, but also highlights the importance of collaborative cross-border efforts in biodiversity conservation and sustainable development. Today, as we formalize the joint conservation framework, we reaffirm our dedication to protecting this unique ecosystem for future generations. Mount Elgon is more than just a mountain. It's a lifeline for thousands of communities in both Kenya and Uganda. It provides water, supports agriculture, and serves as a habitat for a wide range of plant and animal species. However, like many ecosystems around the world, it faces threats from deforestation, climate change, and unsustainable human activities. Our responsibility as leaders and stewards of this land is to ensure that our conservation efforts are robust, inclusive, and forward-looking. The MOU that we are signing today is a testament to our commitment to fostering cross-border cooperation in environmental conservation. It establishes a framework for joint monitoring, research, and sustainable development projects that will not only...
Thank you so much, Waziri, for that. Now allow me to call upon Ambassador to come forward and just give us greetings from both Uganda and Kenya. He's our ambassador of Kenya, but he stays in Uganda. This is a man who understands Uganda and Kenya better, more than all of us.
Indeed, I'll be very brief. Our two PSs, my brother and sister, PS for forestry and PS for environment from Kenya. My sister PS for wildlife, tourism, and antiquities from Uganda, all protocols observed. Amjambo tena. It gives me great pleasure to be here today to witness this auspicious occasion on the signing of this memorandum, which we are hopeful that it will lead to the conservation and also the protection of the Mount Elgon ecosystem. Indeed, Kenya and Uganda enjoy a wonderful, peaceful co-relationship that has existed for quite a long time. We relate very closely, both socially, economically, and culturally. As you have seen, the Mheshimiwa Metoka Basai speaks, you could think she's a Kenyan, isn't it? And indeed, in terms of economics, Madam PS will confirm that Kenya is the #1 source of tourism to Uganda. And Uganda is our #2 source after only America. That means that we're one people, we're one community, and this signing of this MOU is a clear indication of the fact that our joint ministerial commissions have come to fruition. Sitaki kusema maneno mingi, vile ndugu yangu amesema, naleta salamu kutoka Kenya, napeleka Uganda. Natoa Uganda, napeleka Kenya. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
Asante sana, Ambassador. For that, we appreciate you for gracing this occasion. Now, with humility, allow me now to call upon the PS, State Department of Forestry, Mr. Gitonga Mugambi, to come and give his address. PS, karibu sana.
Thank you so much. In the interest of time, PS, the Principal Secretary Wildlife from Kenya, Permanent Secretary in charge of Wildlife from Uganda, Ambassador, that's our High Commissioner in Uganda, dignitaries who are here, Ugandans who are here, Kenyans who are here. Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. God is good. All the time. Thank you so much. For me, because of the interest of time, as I said, let me start by saying thank you so much for our two governments for giving us an enabling environment to work together. I sincerely thank our President, Dr. William Ruto, Kaguta Museveni, because as the hands of our nation, they have enabled us to be seated here today and work together. And that is not something to take for granted. Of course, above all, we thank God for giving us a life and also for providing everything to us. Let me just say this. Mount Elgon is so important. The benefits of Mount Elgon are felt from Bungoma, Trans Nzoia, areas of Busia, Kisumu, all the way Uganda, Sudan, then even up to Egypt, because it provides that water in that ecosystem. And that is very big population. At the same time, we have River Marakisi. We have Takwero River, sustaining lives in one of our dry areas in Kenya, that is Turkana, giving us power through the Takwero power station, sustaining life in Marsabit, another area in Kenya which is not very wet. And the benefit of this forest here, this mountain here, is so much. We really can't quantify it, because also we know it's a home to very rare species and also common species. It brings us together, people of Uganda and Kenya, culture-wise, and in so many things. And all what we need to do is to preserve it by all means. I would say we have challenges. We have encroachment of the mountain. We have logging, illegal logging within the forest here. And also we have challenges of climate change, which we have been told here before. And we really need to come together. This MOU brings us as two nations
as one people together so that we can manage this ecosystem from one lens, so that we can be able to preserve it for ourselves, for the generations to come, and also for our economic prosperity. We can drive a lot of benefit from this mountain, from this forest, and even from the species that we are intending to preserve through this M.O.U. So for me, it's really to thank the people from both countries and also more UNESCO for having taken us that journey and coming up with a memorandum that we have been taken through by Bwana Omondi, who has taken us through that memorandum. He has told us that the way it is. But more important, we have been told that the residents, the people who live around this mountain, have been fully consulted. And Madam MP from Uganda, I really like what you said, but also you people who live here, please let us also know there is law governing this ecosystem, so that when we are going there, let us not do illegal logging. Because if you look at this mountain, it is our forest here, it is not in very good shape. And let us not bury our hands in the sand. We have to respect the law. And by respecting the law, by respecting the forest, by respecting the ecosystem, then we all survive and we all draw benefit. So whereas I don't encourage those beatings and the destruction of the crop, I also encourage the locals. Please know this is a shared benefit for all the people of Uganda, all the people of Kenya. If we have that benefit of living near here, let us preserve it, because we found it and we need the next generations to find it. So without taking more time than that, because also understand already the pilot is giving some warning, let me head there and once again say thank you so much, and God bless you all. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, PS Gitonga Mugambi, the PS in charge of forestry. Thank you for gracing this occasion. Indeed, this is a natural resource that we share, and we appreciate you for the leadership. We are almost coming to the end of our program. After the speeches of our two PSs, we will go directly to sign our Memorandum of Understanding. So please, we are almost done with the program. Just be patient a bit. Now I take this opportunity with a lot of humility now to call upon the PS, Charge State Department of Wildlife, Ms. Sylvia Museya, to come and give her address. Ms. Sylvia, karibu sana, madam.
Shukran sana. My colleague PS in charge of forestry, Mugambi, my counter PS from Uganda, Doreen, all protocols observed. Good afternoon. Habari zenyu? I'll also be very brief. My first agenda is to give thanks. Na tunaanza na kushukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa siku ya leo, for life, for good health, for journey masses, and for this Mount Elgon National Park and Forest Reserve. Also join PS in thanking our two presidents for maintaining a friendship of many years, and for reminding us that, number one, we are neighbors, number two, we look alike, we share names. But today, Kenyans went to Uganda without a passport. Wamekushukuru kwa kwenda ngambo na kurudi. Really grateful to PS Doreen for hosting me when I came to Uganda to pursue this M.O.U. And our ambassador, Joash Mangi, His Excellency. This has been a journey of over 10 years, and we are very happy that today we are able to do it. Grateful to NATCOM, who became a mediator of the process, and UNESCO, all the officials that have worked months on end to make sure that this thing finally happened, and to all of you who have come today. Tumekuja kusherekea, but we've also come just to remind each other that Kenya and Uganda is a few meters apart, and that the majority of tourists to Kenya in the African region are from Uganda, and vice versa. Na tuendelee kutembeleana. Number two, I want to remind you the importance of nature. people remember governments, whether county or national governments, have an idea of where every shilling is. The financial resources, we know our debt, we know our revenues, we know our human resource. Everybody knows where how many directors are there, how many assistant directors are there, at a government point of view. At a people's point of view, the only thing that makes sense to them, except government development agenda, is what is close to them, which is the natural resource. What makes sense to these people is rain, so that their crops can grow. It is water, it is clean air, it is food. This mountain provides exactly that. It gives us clean air, it gives us water for our plants, it sustains the ecosystem, and that is why we are here today. But we are also here because we are Christians and believe that God created the heaven and the earth, and that he created all things, vegetation and plants and animals, and said that human beings are superior. And because we are superior, we are supposed to take care of the rest of everything else. So we are here to plan for the mountain, because the mountain cannot speak. And we're here to plan for the wildlife, because the wildlife cannot demonstrate on the streets of Kampala or Nairobi, and they cannot petition the parliament, and so we are here to speak on their behalf. If we take care of them, they will also take care of us. We are also here to remind ourselves that first and foremost, we closely associate ourselves with our families, with our tribes, with our religions, with our counties or districts, with our countries, but also to remind ourselves that we are Africans in East African community, in the African planet, or continent, sorry. And above all that, we are human beings. We are called upon to love each other, to take care of each other, and we have a shared resource like Mount Elgon to work together to make sure that it thrives. I want to speak very particularly on the place of communities. As Government of Kenya, we have embraced a community-based natural resource management perspective. We do not have to remove people from Mount Elgon for Mount Elgon to thrive. It is possible that Mount Elgon thrives and people live in there. So when we come to launch this MOU, it is not to say that one day we will come and forcefully evict anybody. We are here to say, as governments, we want to speak with you people, and I'm happy to see quite a number of people here. For instance, the Ogek. And when I speak about Ogek, I saw some old friends. Zamani, I used to make a lot of noise against government, saying they should not do this or they should do it the other way. I saw Peter Kitelo. I don't know if he's here. I don't know if Peter Kitelo is here. And Akina Towet, and Akina Kobei. And we petitioned government of Kenya, saying that this is our ancestral land. And they are still petitioning. It is to call you to a table to discuss how can we coexist, how can government of Kenya and the people of Kenya work together to ensure that our shared natural resources are better preserved. So, musikwe na wasiwasi, we want to set policies and laws that are friendly to you, but you must also observe and respect them. Somebody said once upon a time, choices have consequences. So let us choose to be good custodians of our natural resources. Finally, today we signed this MOU, but the most important thing is that it's a call for action. It does not become a document that we sign and put it in a shelf somewhere. We are intent on implementing it. We are intent on making sure that the contents of that MOU are not known just by government, but also by the people around this mountain. We are here because the gospel said there are two things, baptism and salvation. So we have baptized Mount Elgon, and it has also been saved. And the good book says, for whoever believes, the old has gone, and the new has. So here is to a new era on the conservation of Mount Elgon. Here is to a new era of working better working relationship between Kenya and Uganda, between Kenya Wildlife Service and Kenya Forest Service and Uganda Wildlife Authority, between government and people for the betterment of this Mount Elgon. I will not say much more than that. Nawashukuru sana kwa kukuja, and let me take this opportunity, MC, to welcome our chief guests. Thank you for your patience. Let me publicly again apologize for the late coming. It was beyond us, but that is not to say that is how we will set the pace of doing Mount Elgon going forward. Karibu sana PS. Shukran sana. God bless all of you.
My colleagues, the PSs for forestry and for wildlife, High Commissioner, who is always with us in Kampala. It's going to be difficult to follow the whole protocol, but allow me to recognize each and every one of us here, all the leaders from the regional level, central government of Kenya and Uganda. A very good afternoon to all of us. Allow me to also mention that I think the political leaders have been introduced, but we also came with a big team from the central government of Uganda and the local governments. You have seen the representative of the ED of Uganda Wildlife Authority. We came with the chief warden of Mount Elgon National Park. I don't know if he's here. Yes, Mr. Omanya Sam. We have a team from the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities. I request that you stand. We have teams from the Office of the Prime Minister, because they had come hoping the Prime Minister of Uganda would be here. We have a team from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We have technical teams from the districts that were earlier introduced, I think the 8 districts, from Queen, from Bukwo, from all the districts. If you are here, please stand for recognition. The chief administrative officers. There are also LC5 chairpersons. Those are the political heads of the districts. So we have a very big team from Uganda, and I would like to thank them for making the time to come. This is, for me, the second time I think that I have crossed the Uganda-Kenya border by road. The first time I came, I was accompanying a niece of mine who was getting married to a Kenyan young man. And that's just to emphasize that we are one people and we are all brothers and sisters. But this afternoon, I'm particularly very pleased to be here to mark this very important partnership milestone between the Republics of Kenya and the Republic of Uganda on this transboundary collaboration for the management of the Mount Elgon ecosystem as a transboundary biosphere reserve. I will not say so much about it because everybody has emphasized the importance of this, the importance of the ecosystem, the importance of the Mount Elgon, and the importance of us coming together to preserve, to protect, to conserve, but also to sustainably use, just like the PS was emphasizing. This is about the man and the biosphere. So we have to make sure that people benefit from the resource, but also use it sustainably. The collaboration that we are getting into did not just come easy. The PS has just emphasized. This has been a long way coming. We've spent a bit of time. It has been a bit of a long journey. But driven by the need for this collaboration on the management of a common resource, which is under excessive pressure, it was necessary for us to persevere and be here. And I am very grateful to God that I have seen this happen and that I will be a signatory to this very important M.O.U. The authorities from the two countries have informally collaborated in the management of the ecosystem. But the appending of signature today to this MOU will mark a significant step in the formulation of joint economic and development strategies and policies that are inclusive, that promote regional economic integration, and that strengthen our connectivity. So the common challenges that confront the Mount Elgon ecosystem are many. They have been enumerated by everyone here. So cooperation and coordination are essential to address the threat from climate change and all other human-induced forces that seek to undermine the cooperation and divert our attention. So the memorandum of understanding that we are going to sign today signifies the beginning of what I hope will be a successful and impactful partnership that will benefit Mount Elgon region and its people. It's about the people, it's about the communities, it's about the people that benefit for their agriculture, for their livelihood from this ecosystem. So it's an opportunity for us as technical officers to integrate the philosophy of the Transboundary Reserve to an already existing diverse social, cultural, and traditional collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, recalling that this collaboration framework came after a very rigorous process as prescribed in the strategy, it is incumbent upon us to ensure that the implementation passes the periodic evaluations in order for the framework to exist and be successful. So in the next 3 years, the midterm review, which is conducted every 5 years from the date of listing, will be due. We therefore need to swing into action and into motion to make sure that what is in that MOU becomes a reality and doesn't just remain on paper. In our zeal to face environmental challenges of our time, teamwork is the way forward. There is only one Earth. There is no spare, there is no backup, or there's no alternative to escape to. And like my colleague was saying, God gave us the dominion and the power to take care of this Earth. Let us unite our efforts with urgency and determination to safeguard and preserve this Earth that was given to us. While I have this opportunity, may I also acknowledge with gratitude the teams that have worked tirelessly and persistently, my colleague, the PS and her team, and the forestry team, and more especially the UNATCOM and KENATCOM, the commissions of UNESCO on both sides, for putting together this paperwork that we're going to sign, but also making sure that this happens. I would like to conclude by again reaffirming to you our commitment on behalf of the Republic of Uganda in ensuring that this partnership thrives, not for us, but for the member states, for the communities of the Mount Elgon ecosystem, and for the people of our two nations. Thank you very much, and thank you for listening to me, for going my country. Thank you.
A round of applause for Madam Doreen. Thank you so much. As we wind up, Kapchorwa Active Youth Group, please, the stage is yours for a 2-minute skit as we arrange the dais for the signing of the MOU. Please, Kapchorwa Active Youth Group.
Sabini, ako limba Kenya, chemwa limba kapsa betli ngora majanja igongoi, ako kore nyoli Eldoret, ako kore nyoli beti la poga Riata, kupone Uganda, ako Kenya limba kaptagar.
Biga tulbeda point, orip tulbeda masop, orip tiongik, pelik, soyenik, orip malilok, mongesak, orip ngomosik, ponak, mobar tiongik.
Thank you. 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 Makofi mazuri kwa the Kapchorwa Active Youth Group for that very beautiful skit that talks a lot about the nature, talks a lot about conservation and conserving our ecosystem. Now I want to invite our peers in State Department of Wildlife, Madam Sylvia Museya, and the Principal Secretary, State Department, Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife from Uganda, Madam Doreen. They have already stepped forward. Bwana John, please. We want to sign the Memorandum of Understanding between Kenya and Uganda on how we will conserve the Mount Elgon Transboundary Biosphere Reserve. I'll wish now to invite Kiprop to present the Memorandum of Understanding from Kenya, and my brother from Uganda to present the Memorandum of Understanding from Ugandan side. Tafadhali tuwape makofi wanapoweka sahihi. Tafadhali tuwape makofi wanapoweka sahihi rasmi kuashiria kwamba ushirikiano kati ya taifa la Kenya na taifa la Uganda katika kuhakikisha kwamba mazingira na tabia nchi inawekwa sawa sawa. Makatibu hawa wawili wanaweka sahihi ama kutia sahihi kwa niaba ya taifa la Kenya na kwa niaba ya taifa la Uganda. Madam is representing the good people of Uganda under the leadership of His Excellency Honorable Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, and our PS is representing the good people of Kenya under the leadership of His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto. After the signing, they will exchange the Memorandum of Understanding Then they will pose for a photo for the world, for Africa to know that we are ready to conserve our reserve. After the signing, I'll wish that they stand as they exchange. I'll wish that they stand as they exchange after the signing. After the signing, they will both sign. Then after they will stand as they pose for the photo. This is a very great thing, a very great moment. It's a memorandum of understanding for the Mount Elgon Transboundary Biosphere Reserve, and the signing is happening right now. After the signing, we will have very few photos, very few. I wish that they stand. The first photo will be taken by the two PSS, please. Let us allow the two PSS be alone in the photo, please. Tafadhali our team. Let us allow only the two PSS. Tafadhali naomba the two PSS alone for the first photo, please. Allow the two PSS alone. The first photo, the two PSS alone. Thank you. The Conservancy team, tafadhali, Mr. Omondi, please join. I will invite the CEC who is representing the governor and the chief officer to join in the next photo. The chief officer and the CEC from the county government of Trans Nzoia. Mr. Lemarkoko, please join the photo. Dr. Omondi, please. After this photo, we take this one, then Dr. Omondi and Lemarkoko will join the next photo. Dr. Chumo, are we in the photo or outside the photo? Oh, okay. Dr. Chumo, please join the photo. Please, Dr. Chumo. Thank you. We can allow the PSS remain as we allow the other team to join. Thank you. Allow the UNESCO team and the other teams to join for the photo. Thank you so much, Ambassador. Asante sana. We allow the PSS remain. The other team, we can allow the PSS remain as I invite Dr. Chumo to come and lead us in a very, very short session. Then we will be finishing. Dr. Chumo.
Thank you so much. I want to take this opportunity, first of all, to thank our guests, the PS from Uganda and PS from Kenya, the two PSS from Kenya, and everybody else. Madam PS, wish to have our staff from the Ministry of Wildlife and Tourism to stand. Meanwhile, I want Mr. Mageria and Florence to do the necessary after this. Thank you so much. That is the team from the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife. Asanteni sana. Now, the next thing we need to do is just a quick, we want to give some, our visitors who are here. And I want to call upon Mr. Mageria. Mr. Mageria? Florence.
Hello. I will wish to invite the PSS just to step outside so that we can hand over the water tanks, the gift ceremony, so that we can hand over the water tanks, please. Then after which, we will play the national anthem as we stand outside the flags as we finish the ceremony. So the PSS, please, our protocol team, allow the PSS just to step outside so that we can hand over the water tanks to the beneficiaries. Madam PSS, please, let us step outside so that we can hand over the water tanks. After which, immediately after handing over, we will have the national anthem as we depart.
Karibu nipigane.
We want to close our ceremony by playing the 3 anthems. Tafadhali wale ambao karibu na bendera, naomba kwa heshima tusonge kidogo kwa heshima ya bendera zetu 3. Kwa hivyo wale ambao wanagonga ngoma, tafadhali security, naomba wale ambao wanagonga ngoma watulie, wale ambao wanagonga ngoma watulie upande wa pili tafadhali. Those ones ambao wanacheza ngoma tafadhali watulie. The tanks have arrived, but I want us to finish first with the anthems before we hand over the tanks. Asante sana. Wimbo wa taifa wa Kenya. Wimbo wa taifa wa Uganda. Wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika ya Mashariki.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Asanteni sana kwa sababu wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki ni maombi. Asanteni sana. The guests, after handing over, they can leave at their own pleasure. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.